Dear guests, good morning. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you today. This is our third day of Ukraine House Davos, and we open today's day by a panel showcasing Ukraine's digital transformation vision, Dia, Mria, and Win-Win. I would like to invite to the stage the moderator, Valeria Ioan, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and welcome to Ukrainian House. It is a really unique chance for us to gather everyone here offline from around the world, and we are very grateful to all of you for attending this session in Ukrainian House and for all your support. Our main goal today is not just to share Ukraine's digital transformation experience, but also to start the discussion on what can we do more to be prepared as governments for the challenges of the future. Full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine completely changed the lives of Ukrainians. But it also has changed the way how our government, and in particular Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, is operating. We have a lot of achievements, but also we have a lot of lessons learned. And today, both sessions would be devoted to the topic of how technology and innovations, how digital transformation could help us win the peace and for other governments to be prepared for the future. But before we start, I would like to say that it's an honor for Ukraine to have such a reliable and powerful Swiss partner who has become a true friend to our country. And I would like to welcome here Patricia Danzi, Director General of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Patricia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, excellencies, it is a true honor to be here among you. It's always a fresh wind in Davos when we come to the Ukraine House for the spirit and for the way forward that your ministry, but all Ukraine people actually represent. So it was also a privilege for Switzerland to host your president, President Zelensky, over the last couple of days here in Switzerland. He brought with him a team, and he brought with him also very good ideas, and he made a very clever move. He went to our parliament. Very few leaders go to parliaments. He did, and to rally support for Ukraine, we have to involve everyone. And so we are very happy this visit went well, and to be here today. It's the third time for me in Davos, I think also for you in Davos, and each time there are new challenges for the world, but also for your country. Switzerland is very proud. Since 2015, we're supporting the digital transformation of Ukraine. It was already tough then, because 2014, remember Crimea, and the world didn't pay so much attention. Switzerland is not a champion in digital transformation. We have to admit, we are champions, however, at least we consider ourselves to be that, in decentralization, good governance, democracy. So the two mindsets met. So we supported digital transformation to support good governance, transformation in society, services for everyone. And it worked. It worked. We actually see when development works. It's when the stress test happens. And we all know the stress test, it was not only a test, it was brutal reality. And the transformation the country has undergone has actually proven to be a good one, because the services to the people that were displaced, that lost their houses, that needed the services of the state for the pensions, for the salary, this worked. No one would have believed it, but it did. So it is an excellent example of a very good cooperation and how development can really work. You only recognize good captains when the sea gets rough. And the captain is good, the ministry is good, the spirit is good. So we have a good cooperation that we want to continue. And maybe just a few words on the future, because Ukraine has ambitions. We like that. One of the ambition is the EU accession. Digital transformation can play a crucial role. We were in 2022 in Lugano for the Lugano principles, but also for the EU principles for accession. Some of them match, actually. When we talk about transparency, digital transformation can play a role. Inclusion, it's major. Reform focus, no doubt. Democratic participation of everyone, multi-stakeholder engagement, partnerships. It's not only here today, Switzerland is here, but many other countries are also here. So you have also shown the world what digital transformation can do, and you have gained so many partners, and you have been a leader in many ways. So Switzerland with so far 400 million euros since the Russian aggression has supported Ukraine. 30 million roughly went into digital transformation. If we compare to other countries, this is a lot. It's not enough, I know, but it's a commitment, and it's also a commitment that we want to continue. When you want to have something done, ask a busy man to do more. And I know that you also have the education portfolio that's added to your ministry, and we are very curious and happy to support you in the digital transformation of that new spirit. And we hope together that we can go on and be the example that you already are and bring it to the world. So thank you for everything you do. I know because I do, sometimes I come and visit Ukraine, but it's a snapshot, and you stay there every day with the people, with the challenges, with the families that go through difficult periods. We are with you, and we hope that this will come to a good end. And one thing we know, we have already transformed Ukraine with your digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your contribution and for your personal support. And also now I'm pleased to invite to the stage Mikhailo Fedorov, Vice Prime Minister for Innovations, Education, Science, Technology, and Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Welcome.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you for attending our session in the Ukraine House, and I hope you will find it interesting and inspiring. Thanks to you, Swiss partners, Patricia Danzi in particular, me and my team, proud of this strategic partnership. And the context of World Economic Forum is probably the best opportunity to talk about achievements, plans, and of course about the future. Future which looks foggy, controversial, and not obvious. But as a Ukrainian, I am convinced that the future is definitely worth fighting for. Leading the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine is basically leading the Ministry of Future. All our projects and initiatives have this focus to contribute to the better version of government, citizens, and country in general. The goal is not just to introduce another digital tool or launch another new project, but to change the process in core, get rid of useless procedure and sometimes official bodies. In 2019, we've reconsidered the concept of digital state itself. We've focused on mobile-first approach, delivering public services through the e-application. This shaped the digital transformation culture within Ukraine and has its impact worldwide. Now, during the full-scale invasion, the stakes are much higher. We have to be as much efficient and resilient as possible to defend country and to save lives. And what is not obvious during the ongoing hostilities, you must have the vision of the future in 10, 20, 30 years ahead. I mean, government and citizens have to plan and act long-term. Investments not only in road rebuilding, but investments in human capital. War made dozens of problems so clear. Outdated school and university programs, lack of reskilling opportunities, limited innovation facilities, and state support. We have to start dealing with them now, no after the victory happens. The price of this war is way too high. Ukraine has no other choice than to thrive afterwards. But to do so, we have to reinvent our economy and actually change. I personally believe that this could be possible only with advanced and accessible education, pushing tech industry development, and investing in the most important assets we have, people. So these are the challenges that the Ministry of the Future is now in charge of. Make all possible decisions to help the military advance, proceed with major educational reform so every Ukrainian could become whoever she wants, make innovations in digital-oriented economy a new normal. And let me invite my colleague Valeria Ioannan to deliver a presentation with showcasing that ideas I've just voiced step by step and are turning into doctrines, strategies, and by the end of the day, reality. Valeria, the floor is yours, and Slava Ukraini!
Добре, що не iPad. Hello once again. So are you ready for our presentation? We see it already on the slide. So, as the minister said, our vision is to build the most convenient digital state in the world. We actually believe that the government should work more like Uber or Booking, in other words, like startup or IT company, where all services could be received in 1-2 clicks, fully automated, saving time, money, and resources. We believe that the most digital country should prioritize efficiency and innovation, as well as to create best conditions for business, fostering a transparent, barrier-free, corruption-free environment. The most convenient digital state in the world should also safeguard both digital and physical realms, and this is precisely what we are actively working on in Ukraine. As you know, Ukraine has become the first country in the world where digital passports are totally equivalent to paper or plastic ones, and Ukraine has been also called a European digital transformation tiger. To achieve these results quickly and efficiently, we have created DIA, an ecosystem of digital projects with our core product, State Super App DIA, which is used already by 20 million of Ukrainians, and which has 14 digital documents, 30 digital services, and digital signature, which is also available in the app.
What is DIA? DIA is a state in a smartphone. It is a super app that cares about millions of Ukrainians on a daily basis. Ukraine is the first country in the world that allows its citizens to use digital passports as an alternative to ID, using which you can open a bank account in one click and travel around the country without originals. Your digital documents and variety of public services are available in one application. No paperwork, no stress, no lines, no bureaucracy. We didn't stop even when the war started. We launched new DIA-based services to help people. Emergency payments were made through the DIA in just a couple of minutes. Every Ukrainian can apply for the internally displayed status, join a job center, or apply for unemployment benefits, report the damages, and apply for compensation. And even apply for the state mortgage without leaving a house, pay all taxes and submit annual tax declaration, or sell and buy auto whenever you're home or abroad. Ukrainians even register their business through the DIA and support state with buying Ukrainian military bonds. State in a smartphone works 24/7, 365 days per year. DIA saves state budget on a daily basis by overcoming corruption. Convenient, invisible, human-centered. This is what DIA really is.
Last autumn, we officially presented DIA Engine, which is an innovative tool that allows government agencies to create registers faster, automate services and databases quickly and easily. And as a result, the Ukrainian government saves millions, and Ukrainians are able to receive quality services online faster. Currently, more than 20 ministries and state agencies adopted DIA Engine, and 50 registries are being developed on the platform. DIA Education, a national edutainment platform for reskilling and digital literacy, which which was relaunched in May last year with the support of Google Org and EEF. For now, DIA Education reaches 2 million users with 75% success rate. We implemented the reskilling and upskilling concept in an edutainment format with micro-learning modules and stop lessons. And today, every Ukrainian can improve not only the level of digital literacy, but also obtain relevant knowledge and skills free of charge through more than 170 educational series, 50 interactive simulators, guides, webinars, and podcasts, and many more. DIA Education has a unique user flow of learning. It also implemented a career guidance test and a job search section with a catalog of vacancies from Ukrainian top job search platforms where people can match their skills with the job opportunity they fit. This step was really crucial to the ministry's team because it could partially solve the problem of IDPs' unemployment due to the full-scale Russian invasion and empower Ukrainians with the new skills. We have also implemented IT Studios, which is an updated computer science for children. After the pilot and starting from autumn 2023, more than 1,500 Ukrainian schools have already used IT Studios education materials. In November, we have presented Future Perfect, a national language program to promote the English language in Ukraine, making it easy and accessible to every Ukrainian, from kindergarten to people of elegant age. Another project is DIA Business, which is a national program on the development of SMEs with the one-stop shop portal with more than 120 free products for SMEs, as well as with the network of offline hubs, centers of support for entrepreneurs, where one can get free consultations, expert consultations, meet investors, clients, and partners. 2 weeks prior to the full-scale Russian invasion, we also launched DIA City, which is the best tax regime for IT in Europe. And for now, already more than 800 companies, Ukrainian and international, have become residents of DIA City, actually 90 of them are defense tech companies. So, government as IT company, I would like to stop here and tell you a little bit more about 2 our new projects. The first one is DIA Office. The goal of DIA Office is to increase the efficiency of civil service through digitalization. Right now, the project is piloted in Ukraine on the basis of Ministry of Digital Transformation, and in a special DIA interface, there are available electronic civil servants ID card, possibility to conduct surveys, and use services that will increase communication efficiency. There is also a possibility to log in with DIA Signature, which will increase the security of access to important documents or files, and also there is a gamification for employees' motivation. And in addition, later, DIA Office will allow users to view information about the structure of the government. Also, we are working on state statistics service reform to transform outdated paper-based service to basically government big data office. Best conditions for business and investment. We also have something to say about that. Actually, the ministry is working on establishing a favorable regulatory framework for the crypto industry in Ukraine, and Ukraine is among the top 3 countries in the 2022 Global Crypto Adoption Index, according to the leading analytics company Chain Analysis. Recently, we registered in Parliament a new bill designed to regulate the crypto-based economy. The draft law will define the legal status of virtual assets and adapt the classification of crypto assets and related services governed by the European Union's MICA legislative package. For the startups, Ukraine opens Innovation Hub for startups, Office for Science, funding, and starts accepting applications for EU startup grants like Seeds of Bravery Project, Horizon Europe, Innovation Hub of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Ukraine will become a powerful IT hub in Eastern and Central Europe thanks to the development of its IT sector. And of course, U-Residency. It is our new program, which is actually an e-residency for foreigners, and the main idea is to open opportunities for foreigners to register as entrepreneurs in Ukraine and run businesses from abroad, paying taxes to the Ukrainian budget. All services will be automated and online, of course. E-residents also will have mobile banking and low taxation of 5%. This program is a powerful source for the recovery, for the Ukrainian recovery. We started this beta testing in December last year, and after that we are planning to start an official launch in a certain list of countries: India, Pakistan, Thailand, and Slovenia. And estimated launch time is end of February or beginning of March, so actually in 1 month. Ukraine is also the country of innovations. I would like to stop here at 2 projects. Brave One, it's the only coordination platform created for cooperation between all stakeholders of the defense tech industry by providing them organizational, informational, and financial support for the development of innovative defense projects in Ukraine. Brave One was actually created in close cooperation between 6 key government agencies responsible for security and defense. Each technology is a product that changes the approach to warfare, from maritime drones to UAV to invisibility cloaks and the development of EV resistance products. Win-win. Actually, in December, we have presented the Global Ukrainian Innovation Vision, and we believe that innovation should become our national idea. We will create the most favorable conditions for businesses, startups, scientists, investors, and of course, international partners. Previously, there was no single body in Ukraine responsible for innovation policy, and it was divided between different ministries. Similarly, there was no single strategy, no single goal to move towards. Now, with this strategy, we propose a new organizational structure for management where the Ministry of Digital Transformation will be responsible for strengthening this coordination, forming policy, and actually will create a state agency of innovations to implement this strategy. Sorry. One more time.
What is the future of Ukraine like? Is it a hope for happy tomorrow, for breakthroughs and battle-throughs? This is not a hope, this is a will. The will to do more than we thought we could. The will to create technologies that make enemies shout, "My Lord." The will to improve lives, provide jobs. To be the rare for those who fight against all odds. A partner to developers, scientists, entrepreneurs. To those who choose their own reward. Ours is to be the state of free people. So instead of hoping, we act. Because we cannot afford to lose. Win-win. Ukrainian Global Innovation Vision. Winning the peace.
Actually, we have identified priority sectors with significant innovation potential for Ukraine and prioritized them. So actually those AUVs, semiconductors, green tech, AI, medtech, biotech, defense tech, secure cyberspace, XR, agri-tech, fluid economy, and edtech. Innovations are a way to defeat the enemy faster and be a support for those who defend freedom, to return back quality of life, to change the structure of the Ukrainian economy, and improve lives of every Ukrainian, and of course create new jobs. We have also launched a new project which is called CDTO Campus. It's GovTech education for aspiring digital leaders, and this project will focus on training leaders of the new generation who will become the driving force of digital transformation locally, regionally, and nationally. This is the digital education that helps leaders think creatively and effectively, and which is based on Ukrainian digital experience. As you know, the Minister Fedorov is also a Vice Prime Minister who is responsible for education and science, and also for educational reform in Ukraine, which includes the major transformation of education on all levels, starting from kindergarten and ending up with high school, as well as reform in teachers' education and many more. We already showcased to you the DIA education and IT studios, and now we would like to make a great spoiler. There is a new big GovTech product which is coming soon in April, which is be focused on education and probably will be, as the minister says, one of the best, or probably the best, only the best, sorry minister, the best educational governmental app in the world, Mria. Stay tuned, coming in April. War dramatically shifted the operations of the Ministry of Digital Transformation and projects that we are focusing on, and it is the most technologically advanced war in the history of the world. And we are really doing a lot of on defense tech side. We have a lot of different projects like Army of Drones, Army of Robots, Brave One, and many others, but better to see one time than to explain. So please, a little bit of your attention for the video.
Ukraine is now a place where technologies evolve in real time. Little breakthroughs pile up into big ones, radically changing reality. Army of Drones project has changed the rules of prevailing. They destroy the enemy, flip the power balance, and save lives. And they are extremely accurate. 635 targets were hit in the last week alone. 56 new types of drones, including maritime, allowed a state without a navy to establish parity at sea and to deter an enemy 28 times larger in size. Brave One, a cluster of defense tech innovation support, takes startups from idea to production in weeks' time. Among hundreds of areas, the next technological breakthrough is expected in the field of electromagnetic warfare. We work with AI-driven coordination platforms like Palantir or Delta that give huge advantages and pay in results. We boost GovTech to unseen capabilities. Some of those MilTech markets were built from scratch. We adopted regulations ASAP, simplified procedures, exempted foreign components and UAVs from taxation, and simply created the best possible conditions. For when technology equals life, one moves really fast. We train pilots and set the infrastructure, make everything clear, immediate, convenient, and effective. The future of technology is here.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, I will finish my presentation and we will move to the panel discussion of government of the future. And one more time, I would like to say our sincere gratitude for everyone who found time to join our event today, the Ukrainian House, and for all your support. And also, I would like to say thank you to our partners from SDC for all your support during this time, and we really hope for our fruitful cooperation. So now I would like actually to announce the next panel, and with no words, I can say we are super lucky because today we have the best moderator in the world, who is Mark Boris Andrejanic, Minister for Digital Transformation of Slovenia 2021-2022 and Vice President at Kumo AI. I would also like to invite Dimitru Aliba, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Economic Development and Digitalization of Moldova. Thank you very much for coming. Guy Diedrich, Senior Vice President and the Global Innovation Officer at Cisco. Marta Poslat, Director, CE and Transatlantic Public Policy at Google. Philip Meissner, the Chair of Strategic Management and Decision Making at ESCP Business School in Berlin, and the founder and director of the European Center for Digital Competitiveness. And of course, Victor Leach, President, East Europe Foundation. Dear colleagues, we are almost ready to host you on the stage. And so please welcome. Thank you, thank you.
Excellent. We're all here. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Dear Valeria, dear Mikhailo, thank you for an amazing presentation and all the great work that you're doing in Ukraine. But most of all, thank you for inspiring the world, for showing governments in Europe and beyond that it can be done. And after this presentation and everything that you've done, I don't think any government has any excuse to delay digital transformation, not just of public services, but also societies by and large. You've truly achieved more in a couple of years during the war than most countries have, unfortunately mine as well, in decades of peace. And as Marta likes to say, you truly are the Google of GovTech. Now, I couldn't imagine a better intro to our panel, which is dedicated to the future of government, than your presentations. Although I must say you will be a very, very hard act to follow. But luckily we have an amazing set of panelists, starting with Mr. Dumitru Al-Alba, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Digitalization as well as Economic Development of Moldova. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I would also like to welcome Marta Poslat, who heads Google's Public Policy and Government Relations in Central and Eastern Europe, as well as Transatlantic Relations for Google Europe. We also have Dr. Guy Dietrich, who is Senior Vice President and the Global Innovation Officer at Cisco. Philipp Meissner is also with us. He's a professor at a renowned business school in Berlin, ESCT. P. I always make the same mistake. Philipp is also the founder and president of the Center of European Digital Competitiveness. And last but not least, we have with us an amazing Ukrainian civil activist, Viktor Liak, who heads the East Europe Foundation, which is one of the most important and the biggest Ukrainian charities. So thank you, everyone, for joining this panel. Now, today's discussion will be comprised of two parts. I will be moderating the conversation first, but then, obviously, we would love to hear from you. So after 40 minutes, I'll open the floor. So listen carefully and start preparing provocative and igniting questions. Now, let me start by asking all of the panelists today to give us a brief feedback on what they've just heard from Valeria and Mikhailo. And how does their vision complement your idea of the future of government? What will be the mix of human and artificial intelligence in our future? And maybe Marta, let's start with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Valeria, and the whole team of Davos Ukraine House for having me for another year in a row. While I'm very happy to be here, I'm extremely sad that we're still meeting in the context of war, which makes me feel even more humbled by what we've seen on the screen. And I think, Mark, you've said it all, and you were spot on. I think all of us in the room should feel ashamed for all the decisions we haven't taken while we're working at the at the ambition and all the hard work that is going behind all the GovTech ideas of the government of Ukraine. And I think, again, it sets a very high standard for governments and for companies, and I would like to focus on the companies part. I think my colleagues here will be better to comment on the government piece specifically, that there are all capabilities, there are all capacities that can be used to make government work in a more citizen-friendly way, in a more user-friendly way. And Ukraine sets that standard even higher than we thought possible a few years ago. And of course, where I sit, we very often talk about, how the EU sees that, how the US sees that, and while we consider everything that in the context of peace, we definitely have more space to doubt, to be critical, not to bypass. And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like, ideally, we should consider a reality where we are not prompt by the war. And I would like to use what Google now tends to say about the AI explosion, AI revolution, that it all should be bold, responsible, and together. We should be bold because AI and technological capabilities really provide grounds not only to create better government services, but generally to solve many societal issues. And in that sense, technology of the future is here today, and we should be definitely leveraging that opportunity. Responsible, because at the same time, we keep on discovering new risks and threats, and that's something that need to be accounted for, and that's definitely something. And I think this is, by the way, the baggage that countries at peace should be carrying for countries like Ukraine that are at war. So So Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine should be really focusing about rushing forward, and we are here as partners who can come in with reflections and also show you that our luxury of wondering about, of considering certain limitations, and that's the responsible part, and together, because this means government needs to be the one dictating the framework for government services. Tech companies around the world are providing different types of services, and there are citizens and users who should be providing feedback and needs and have this loophole of feedback. And in that sense, it should be done together. And it's incredible to see how this ecosystem works for and in Ukraine. Google is proud to be a little part of it. And we are definitely dedicated to help that vision come to fruition.
And we'll talk more about it later on. Thank you, Marta. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. It's really a pleasure to meet old friends already, I could say. Well, on our side, just doubling what Minister Fedorov said, of course, it's about the future. And it's, of course, let's reflect quickly how a government of the future looks like. And that's definitely not, corridors with counters and grumpy civil servants that often ask for bribes, let's face it, and often look for an opportunity to delay things instead of rushing things and solve the people's problems. And this is what we want to build and learn from each other with Ukraine, and that's a government that is focused on the citizen, the government that is looking at the people's needs in order to be useful, to be part of the solution. After all, not as it is too often part of the problem. Now that means a lot of action, that means a lot of change, and that means a lot of stubbornness very often, because I'm sure I'm not telling only Moldova stories, but also the people, the countries in the region have still this reluctancy which we have to cut through and really evolve from what I said, from a government that is keeping the people waiting in queues and collecting stamps and paperwork, to a government that is just in a mobile app, and that just in a phone or at a click's distance, where you can have all your problems solved. And that's what we are moving towards. Just to illustrate how we are progressing, at the moment we have already 52% of public services for entrepreneurs available in digital form, out of which 2/3 are actually requested in digital format. We are building together, we were discussing with our friends from Ukraine, and we are almost ready with our own app as well, where we will populate these services in order to really achieve this change. Because what we are after here, the ambition should not be any less than really transforming and totally changing the way the government is perceived by the people, and the way the people and the entrepreneurs perceive the government and see the government. And it's, again, there are countries that prove that it's possible, because in Estonia nobody has a clue where the office of the tax office is, or the office of customs office, or the office of, I don't know, food safety, or whatever. Everything is already online. It is possible. We should really just learn from each other, share information on how to do it better. It's not a matter of is it possible or not, or is it suitable or not. We are not coming back to paperwork. We have to burn this bridge. We are going into the future, and really, I think, the most, at some point, the most beautiful things I think we can say with it is that you don't have to be a already developed country in order to embrace digitalization. You can use digital transformation to have this shortcut to enable the economic growth, the fast economic growth that our region needs, to enable the fight against corruption, to enable the citizens to be more powerful against a bureaucratic state that sometimes is not playing on the right side. Let's face it, and let's try not to hide behind the finger all the time. And of course, to defend our democracy and to defend our system from corrupt interests and from corrupt influence that is very often has one target and one target alone: to destroy a country from within by using corruption, by using all kinds of hybrid elements that we are a target of. So yeah, thank you for this.
Beautifully said, and it all starts with a grand vision. And I remember my favorite campaign slogan of President Zelensky, which was "Government in an app." And at the time, it looked and sounded super transformational, but look where we are now. And thank you for bringing up Estonia. I think the only thing that you can do online there is getting a divorce.
Already you can do that too.
You can do that too, okay. Philip, maybe your take on the future of government.
So, to be honest with you, I was so impressed when I saw this video, and you mentioned that you perceive yourself as a European tiger in GovTech. I think you're the... Yeah, I would say you're the global tiger, to be honest with you. I've never seen anything better than this presentation, and it's really awesome. And I think, you know, this vision that you created and the tools that you create, this is the future of government, yeah, because it combines two things, and I think these two things are really crucial. First is agility, and the other one is results. And both of those have been summarized quite nicely, I think, in your presentation. I mean, you say you will launch something in April. Normally, when I talk to politicians, they would say in 5 years from now or something like this, or by 2040 or something like this. Yeah? So this short-term time horizon is really, really important, I think. And the second one, results orientation. You know, what really inspired me was a conversation with Pete Buttigieg in the US I had last year. And he was asked basically, what is the solution to solving populism? And he said, results. Yeah, so, and I fully agree with that. Yeah, so the people expect results from governments, and I think in most cases they are not able to deliver these results. And digital technologies enable governments to really create results quite quickly. And I think there's a huge misconception that many politicians have, at least I perceive it as a misconception, which is that their job is done when a certain legislation has passed, and not when this legislation has created any kind of impact for the citizens. So I think there needs to be a reframing in this. And also, I mean, I love this notion of government as an IT company. So I think this is also something that others can learn a lot from, maybe reperceiving the role of government a little bit towards thinking more like a company and delivering results also like a company.
Thank you, Philip. You're calling for the redefinition of politics, and this is something I can completely subscribe to. Guy, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. The genius of what Michaela and Valeria have done is to take what is extreme difficulty, extreme challenge, and tragedy, and turn it into something that's revolutionary. And it truly is. What you saw up there, I'm responsible for 51 countries for our company around the world, and nobody's doing this. You started with a blank sheet of paper and built from there what you just saw up here. It's extraordinary. To see Dia and the breadth of Dia makes me incredibly jealous in the US, right? We have to stand in lines, everything is paper-based, everything's in triplicate. It's embarrassing to be here with our system and see what's up there. Seriously, it's extraordinary. Now, Maria, you saw just a flash of Maria. We've been working with Valeria and Michaela for a while now, connecting 1,600 schools in Ukraine. And that's basically just a platform. And when you talk about Maria and you talk about doing everything mobile first, that is the future of government. First and foremost, it's how you're going to get access to what we believe are fundamental human rights. Access to healthcare, access to education, access to government services. And they're doing everything right. So essentially, you're going to be seeing the future of government as Ukraine emerges from this war, from this invasion. You're going to see a country that's probably going to be the most connected, the most technologically advanced, and the most secure country in the world. It's going to be setting a new example. And we're just so proud to be a small part of what they're accomplishing.
That's beautifully said. Thank you very much. DIA is not just an amazing e-government super app, but it also offers a number of other services. If I'm not mistaken, millions of Ukrainians were watching the World Cup finals through DIA, which was the only way that they could access that event, which is just amazing. Now, Your Excellency, Moldova has made great progress in the area of good governance and digital transformation in the past couple of years. If I'm not mistaken, last year your government even received a special award for the design of digital public services, which you won in a competition organized by the ITU and the GovStack initiative. And we would love you to share some of the examples of reforms and programs that have been transforming your public service, enhancing your innovation ecosystem, and strengthening democracy.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, we are pushing ahead, and this recognition for the best public service is a good sign and a good approval. But what we are doing right now is much more than that. We are also part of the UN's campaign 5 in 55, that is to be among the first 5 countries in the world to digitalize at least one of the digital public infrastructure fully. What we've done in the last year or so was to prioritize really the visible part, because the architecture is there. However, we want to really show that digitalization delivers for the citizen and for the entrepreneur. And as I said, we are using digital transformation in order to have this enabler of economic growth. That is why each and every authority that is providing at least one public service to citizens, to entrepreneurs, they have this already as a priority. And this has allowed us to move from only June to end of this year from 38% of public services that were available in digital form to 52%. And we are going to 75% by the end of this year. And of course, we're never stopping until we reach 100%, because again, it is possible. But that's not all that we do. I've mentioned briefly our Evo app, which will be launched already in Q1 and in beta testing. And this will allow us to really gather all the little digitalization parts that we already have around the government and put them, again, inspired by Ukraine, put them in the same place, in the same app, in order to have this synergy and in order to really be as useful as possible to the citizen, because as a service provider, the citizen is your customer, and the customer has to be happy, and this is what it's about. This is how the government should function.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, Victor, you and the East Europe Foundation have been leading the charge against corruption by promoting transparency at all levels of government. How have digital tools helped you and Ukraine in general enhance the accountability of public institutions? And what kind of mechanisms as well as trainings should governments adopt in order to ensure that the future of government is corruption-free?
Thank you, Mark. Definitely will present you with these transformations, but first of all, I would like to present you a little bit feedback of what we've heard from Mikhail and Valeria. Imagine Ukraine as a very young state, which has turned 30 last year, and probably everybody understands that 4 last years were the hardest years in our history. 2 years of COVID pandemic and 2 years of full-scale invasion. And regardless the fact that Ukraine is in digital transformation for more than a decade, 90% of all digital transformations being done during these 4 years, 4 hardest years. And as you said, do you have any other excuse not to start digitalization? I would call for action to other countries. And here's Ukrainian message to the world. Be brave enough. Ukraine demonstrated braveness and ability to transform on the hardest possible circumstances. Mria. Mria appeared for kids starting in bomb shelters during the alarm system where no electricity, no heat. Kids are continue studying using online platforms. So this is a great sample. So my message to the world is be brave like Ukrainians and start digital transformation even before you're ready for that. Probably this is most kind of critical idea I would like to share with you. So coming back to the issues of corruption. I mean, Ukraine is corrupted state. I think is a corrupted state. I think this is a very old expression and myth. At the moment, Ukraine has probably one of the best level of e-services in country. Again, just several samples. One of them is registration of a sole entrepreneur status or LLC. And I have a story to tell you. Within 1 day, you can open your company virtually and start your operations with open account. Last year, very last year, exactly 1 year ago, we announced Digitality. Digitality is an international company based in Belgium, which is about to promote digital instruments. We spent 2 months in opening an account in Brussels, which is kind of nonsense for Ukrainians, as Ukrainians enjoying using e-services. Imagine Ukraine with 7 million IDPs, and this year, in 2023, Ukrainians opened more than 200,000 new businesses. Online is registered kind of 75%. This is a good sign, and this is 50% more than in 2022. This illustrates how easy and simple digital business registration and business operations can stimulate economic growth and economic development. This is probably one of the best examples I would like to share as a way how Ukrainians are fighting corruption. Before that, I mean, definitely, we had a number of very complicated procedure on filling forms, a number of different kind of legal companies which are helping Ukrainians to open their business in 1 day, which is a kind of hidden way of corruption. Now, you can do this online, and especially with tax regime, which is 5% with like a DSCT. This is a wonderful example how Ukrainians fight corruption. And your second question, Mark, was about what do we need to do to train and to maintain this infrastructure. And this is another, I would say, message I would like to share from Ukraine. I definitely think that Ukrainian case will be studied in universities very soon. But let's say, some conclusions I would like to share with you. My apologies. In some cases, there are several elements of this magic. Our Swiss colleagues sometimes call Ministry of Digital Transformation as Ministry of the Magic. And I would like to share with you several kind of magic ingredients of this efficiency cocktail. One of them is training of those people who will be delivering and maintaining these services. So aligned with political will, aligned with proper infrastructure, in line with two-ways communication with citizens to build citizens and business-centric services. Definitely the presence of those leaders in digital transformation in each particular ministry, in each particular local government is essential. This is one of the best, I would say, one of the best driver for human capital vary in digital transformation. So we started a program called CDTO Campus, which is supported by various donors. And we really would like to train First, we would like to have CDTO in each particular local government, in each particular central government, and ideally in state-owned enterprises. So these people are driving changes. And this is essential. And second, human capital. Thanks to Google, we developed probably one of the best modern online platform for reskilling and professional education for Ukrainians. With AI, with individual learning paths, with offering your immediately vacancies in your particular city based on your education results. These became available for Ukrainians, and more than 2 million of Ukrainians already kind of tried this and registered. 75% of efficiency, this is an enormous rate. So that means that both training those people, building more partners, building more advocates for digital transformation, and working with citizens of Ukraine, with wider audience, to train them on digital skills, that creates this human capital. And again, probably another message, final message from Victor Liach about digital transformation.
Not the final one. I still have questions.
You said that we would need to have a higher goal. Digital transformation is not a goal. It's probably a meaning, it's an instrument. The goal is, for example, in the case of Ukraine, to build the most convenient state in the world. So this is a goal. Strive for higher goals.
Thank you, Victor, for fascinating answers and for helping take DIA and other Ukrainian innovation global. Together with Valeria, you are the person who's, I would say, in the driving seat of this effort, and this is hugely appreciated, and I must say, it's been a pleasure working with you and both of you. Now, if I turn to the other side, to Guy, data is the new oil, so to speak. Governments, on one hand, collect enormous amounts of data, but oftentimes lack data strategies or data tools to make proper data-driven decisions. You've seen this a million times throughout those 51 countries that you cover. Now, how should governments organize their data to make sure to make better decisions on one hand, but also to offer better services to their citizens?
Well, it's a fascinating question because it all boils down to a single thing, and that's trust. Because what we have right now is an asymmetric relationship between the data gatherers and the data providers. The data gatherers have all the power. They can use and abuse that data however they like, because there tends to be a lack of transparency and in some cases a lack of security. It's not true of all companies, but governments need to be very aware of the importance of building that trust and creating a bit of symmetry between the data gatherers and the data providers. The way you do that is that you, let's jump back to trust real quick. Trust is built by a mutual acceptance of vulnerability, and it's in a marriage, it's in a business relationship, it's an acceptance of vulnerability and a belief that the other will not be opportunistic and abuse you when you're at your most vulnerable. Well, if we are the data providers, we are completely vulnerable to the gatherers and how they use that. The way that we level the playing field, that we create that symmetry, is through, first and foremost, transparency. How are you going to use my data? If there was a block that came up when you provided data to certain gatherers that said, by the way, in allowing us access to your data, we're going to provide it to third providers that you know nothing about, and they're going to provide it to fourth and fifth providers that you know nothing about, and we're not sure how your data is going to be used once you share it with us. How many of you would accept and opt in? Not many. So we have the obligation to make sure that there is that transparency and we allow for an opt-in. The second thing is security, right? Once we provide that data and we're happy with how it's going to be used, the gatherer, government, has an obligation to keep it secure. And the third is education. I think that there is a massive amount of change happening right now. This fear of AI that's going around is it's big brother, it's Orwellian, it's going to take our jobs. I think that's primarily a result of a lack of education. And we need to get out there and educate people on what data is good for, how we're gathering it, how we're going to use it, and how we're going to secure it. That will help government build tremendous amounts of trust.
Oh, I think that makes a lot of sense. And now GovTech is, thanks to countries like Ukraine and Estonia, probably one of the few areas of digital innovation where Europe is actually leading the world. But yet we have some governments in Europe, I won't name Germany or France, that are not moving that fast. So Philip, how can we basically help make Europe step up the game and embrace new technologies, not just within the public sector, but beyond it? How do we build this trust that Guy was mentioning in new technologies to enable their implementation?
Yeah, I come probably from one of the least digitized countries in Europe, which is Germany, where you cannot even pay by card in Berlin. So it's fashionable to pay cash in some restaurants, so I don't get it. But to your question, I think we have to embrace the opportunity of digital technologies, which is essentially that they are scalable, at almost zero cost. So when we look at the two examples that you have here, the government app and the education app, I think both of these solutions could be scaled in every European country and implemented there. You know, GovTech as a service, if you want. And what we need to overcome, I think, is this not invented here syndrome. You know, everybody wants their own solution. Everybody's working on their own app. And in Germany, I have like an example from a municipality that wanted to build an app on AI, like super fancy everything in it, and then they wanted to spend something like 40,000 euros on it, and I thought it's definitely going to happen that way, yeah. And in like when you think like this, and when you have, I don't know, 1,000 municipalities that all have their own budget, they all build their own solution, and nothing is integrated, nothing works, and then you have federal states on top of that, you have nation states on top of that, everybody builds their own thing, it doesn't work, yeah. So I think embracing the opportunity of technology that once you have a best-in-class solution, and we have that, as you mentioned, in Europe with Ukraine and Estonia, just scale it. Yeah? And I think this is one way. And the other way, I think, when you walk outside of the GovTech sector, I think we need this trust that you mentioned, yeah? And we need more openness. And this has to do a lot with education, because people are afraid. They are at the moment afraid of many things, including AI. And governments, I think, need to also be able to create a vision. And I think it's one of the few cases here today that I've actually heard a vision of a government. Yeah? So, and this vision can inspire, like we've seen today. And if you have a vision that inspires, you change fear to hope. And when you have changed from fear to hope, you can change to momentum and then to progress. And I think this is maybe, you know, the foundation is a vision, but then implementation, and then you can take it also broader, not only in GovTech sector, but beyond.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And thanks to this vision and all the inspiration, this is probably one of the more optimistic panels in Davos, which is no small achievement in this era of doom and gloom. Now, Marta, the cyberspace is increasingly important when it comes to all things cybersecurity related. How is Google, or how can technology help governments protect not just the critical infrastructure, but also citizens from cyber attacks?
That's a very good question. I think, first of all, when it comes to large platforms, security at scale is a given. And I know that you know, the size of IT solution is very often discussed, but one untold story about this is that usually the bigger you are, the more responsibility you have. And I think companies like Google prove that we take that responsibility seriously, also thanks to that scale. And, you know, so this starts with us. And there is a default security we need to provide to users, to governments when they're using our services, and then it trickles down, starting from how you can protect each and every feature you're using, how you can do that within the system, how you can do that with external devices such as security keys. So there are more and more ways to keep oneself secure. I really don't like this when every panel ends up with saying we need more education, but I will say that again, like people, like cybersecurity and hygiene in how we should be using technology in a safe way should become part of education, like we're learning colors, like we're learning how to cross the street. This needs to be introduced. It's not an extra, it's not something that should be a nice to have. This is definitely a foundation of how to function in today's world, and after all, it boils down to how we look at Ukraine fighting the war with technology. Companies like Google are passionate, and many of you in this room are passionate about technology. There will be no technology without freedom and openness. Ukraine is fighting for freedom with technology that can exist only when it's free, open, accessible, uncensored, unlimited, not abused by bad actors who can also use technology for wrong purposes. And often people ask, like, what you're doing and what you're doing exactly, how you're supporting this and that. I also think we should be talking about why we're doing this, why we need to be doing this, why in this particular case we all need to stand by the side of Ukraine in every field that we're responsible of. I think technology is a big chunk of it. And I hope everyone will share the same sense. Once we'll be leaving this room, once we'll be leaving Davos, once we'll be waking up every day, that this should not be going away.
Thank you, Marta, for not being just passionate about technology, but about Central and Eastern Europe in general, and Ukraine in particular. Companies like Google and Cisco have been staunch supporters of Ukraine from the day one of the full-scale Russian invasion, and really showing the way to the rest of the corporate world. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now, the last question, before I open the panel to your questions, and bear in mind that I was just informed by the organizers that we can go a little bit over time, so there'll be plenty of time for you. But Your Excellency, perhaps let's finish this moderated part of the conversation on the issue of skills, not just generally, but particularly in the government. You were mentioning the need for an agile and results-oriented mindset in government. But this kind of mindset is hardly to be expected for people that have been in government for decades. How can governments of the future attract top talent in all the areas, from public policy to AI and other digital skills? What is the formula that Moldova is pursuing here?
Well, thank you for this very complicated question. There is no straightforward solution. I think it's a combination of let's first also create talent, because we're speaking about cyber. Nobody has enough cyber experts. We have to educate them. We have to bring them in, and that's what bring them on board in the government in order to make our system more resilient. But also, it is true that if you've spent too much time, and I know not many people have been probably in the building of the government of Moldova, but jokes aside, if you spend too much time on those corridors, you stop believing in change. That's the reality. Marta, you've seen those corridors.
I think that's a universal truth.
I think it's about
not just in Moldova.
It's about bringing new blood, new people, and it's about having this enough drive in order to cut through the sometimes justified resistance. Because it's easy if someone resists because they are corrupt. But what if they are truly, this is how they're built. They are good intended, they are not, they don't have bad intentions, they don't have corrupt interests, but this is how they are. This is how they are educated, and they are afraid of it. And it's their decision not to proceed. So how do you do that? I mean, it's a challenge. Of course, it all comes from above. It comes from strong political will, a political push that this is where we're going. And as long as we have this commitment, as long as we have this strong engagement of politicians, and there is a lot of appetite in the government, in the parliament, in the presidency for these changes, then this resistance becomes, let's say, manageable. And just to, with this I will conclude, how we managed to increase the pace of digitalization of public services. Because first you have to build the road, then the cars will show up. Yeah, and that's the same with this. You have to have the public service available in digital form, then you improve it, then you promote it, and so on. There were about 45 people in the room representing different authorities, and jokingly, but not really jokingly, it was said that, well, some of you is going to lose their job if this is not done, and that's how you do it. Sometimes you have to push from above, because just waiting for the government inertia to accelerate by itself, you will not get anywhere. 4 years, which is our mandate, will pass very fast, and you'll end up only with strategies and with legislation that is approved, and on paper everything looks nice, but not in reality. And really, government is about delivering, and the government is about really striving to change the life of the people for the better, and that's the most important, the most basic reason why a government actually exists.
I think that's absolutely true, and I must say I've been fortunate myself to be able to build Ministry for Digital Transformation from scratch, and I designed it as a little startup within the grand edifice of the government, being able to cherry pick the best people from the public service and bring some talent from the outside. But most ministers or governments don't have this luxury. And I realized how important it is to build coalitions within ministries, within government, and also politically when it comes to this kind of changes. Because no lasting change will happen within a broad consensus. There will always be some opposition. You can count on that. But you need to make sure it's as minimal as possible. Now, let me open the floor for questions. Not everyone at once, please. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Photos first, questions later. Mikhailo, can you join us on stage? Thank you.
Please.
Anytime.
Okay, get close, please.
Again.
Say dia. Thank you so much.
We're having a Q&A, so please don't leave.
5 minutes. Okay, the lady in red.
I'm Anna. I'm a fintech entrepreneur and I'm on several advisory boards, spent over 25 years as a portfolio manager and a trader in the City of London. So a question I have is, we have not mentioned fintech as yet. And this great education should also lead to some improved financial literacy. And we know that young people want to take control over their financial decisions. Rather than calling their financial brokers and bankers, they want to be empowered to do themselves. Now, the amazing app we have just seen probably is thinking about providing a financial component to the wider audience.
I think that's a great question. We can take a couple of more, if there are any. On this side, please. Let's build a broad coalition of left and right.
Hi, Vasily from Horizon Capital. We are among the active investors in Ukraine, and actually even yesterday, I think it's another proof of the success of DSCT. Yesterday we invested in a company from Zhytomyr, big ticket, 8 figures, $1 million. And, but my question is about a different thing. So it's about, and actually I was hoping that somebody from the Ministry of Digital Transformation is here. So it was a question to the representatives of the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Minister Alaiba.
I think Victor will be more than able to answer all Ukraine-related questions.
I quickly Googled, and you may be skeptical of these numbers from these market reports, but it says that the global marketing for government tech is about $430 billion. Ukraine has some of the best products in the world. Is this seen as a potential revenue opportunity for the government that can drive tens, hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue to the Ukrainian state? And the second, can we also leverage the amazing IT service companies from Ukraine to be the digital transformation implementers for this? Maybe starting with countries like Moldova.
Victor, perhaps you go ahead with the Ukraine-related ones.
We are running out of time. Fintech is an essential part of the work we do. Imagine different kind of systems like Visa join the DIA platform, and especially then government wanted to provide subsidies or payments and help, financial aid to IDPs. We didn't need to collect all documents and bring it to local governments. You immediately receive, if you are qualified, automatically you receive payment card, virtual payment card in your smartphone, and you receive money for that. This is Cash Assistance Suite. This is a good sample how we integrated fintech into the e-government tool, which is essential part. Absolutely agree. In addition, we understand that it's not enough to have only opportunities and services. A big component of DIA education is all about financial aspects. Either you're a businessman or citizen, it gives you an understanding of how taxes work, what does it mean to be an entrepreneur, how to build your financial plan, etc. And in very short, yes, this is essential part, and every government which thinks about the digitalization in e-GovTech, fintech should be essential part. Again, wanted to thank all our partners like Visa, because of without private sector engagement, it wouldn't be possible. So another question was to, can I go ahead with that?
Yes, of course, very quickly.
DIA will be open source very soon. And Ukraine does not plan to have direct profit out of that. I mean, our philosophy is that Ukraine developed DIA with international support, with international donors, and it will be not fair to, let's say, to ask money for that. But at the same time, 1 year ago, we promised that DIA will be working in other countries. Happy to say Estonia is already will be using DIA very soon, and several other countries is in a line to implement DIA. And definitely here is a big opportunities for Ukrainian IT sector, because it will not be done by government, it will be done by Ukrainian companies to adoption DIA, etc. So yes, this is a big market. Yes, in case you have opportunities to invest, I would strongly advise you to do that as soon as possible, because again, World Economic Forum is about the future, right? We are doing predictions. 1 year ago, we predicted that we'll fund digitality. Digitality will be operating worldwide and will be introducing DIA in other states. Yes, we did. Estonia is a good sample. My prediction is that by next Davos, we ambitious enough to launch DIA and 5 other countries, hopefully. So there is a big potential for investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. This was very well said. Please follow and support Digitality online, and we're happy to answer any questions. Your Excellency, any closing thoughts before we wrap up today's discussion?
I will only support what Victor said, but you can't start asking money from the government products. But what you do is actually create a lot of opportunity for the vision to be exported, for the companies that are working in the country to be able to make a good business by exporting the products, their experience somewhere else. And that's exactly what, for example, countries like Estonia are doing. All of their soft is open source. However, you have e-government's academy, you have other entities that are directly exporting the Estonian model abroad.
But let's say Estonia is GovTech 1.0, Ukraine is 2.0. DIA app is so good that even Estonia implemented it. Yeah. They did not have this kind of government app before, which is pretty amazing. Gentlemen on my right, any closing thoughts?
I'm really just super impressed from what I've seen today. That's the feeling that I will leave with here, that this is like really a huge showcase for how GovTech can be done, and it should be really an inspiration for other governments around the world to pick up.
Please spread the voice in Berlin.
I try.
And please ask Ukrainians if you need any help in introducing e-GovTech in Germany.
Perfect, thank you. Guy? Just a quick thought on AI, and because there's so much negative going on related to AI around Davos, as you referenced, a bit of positive. Think about AI as a 24/7 online tutor. So you talk about fintech, wanting us to be able to educate ourselves and make our own decisions. That's an AI tutor that's going to be associated with just about everything. Almost all of the government services that you're going to be accessing will probably have an AI tutor very soon right alongside of it. When we do our cybersecurity training, we can take someone that's 18 years old that doesn't want to go to college but wants to be a cybersecurity technician, one of those 4.5 million open jobs right now around the world, and in 3 months they can be fully trained, skilled, and certified to be a cybersecurity technician, and alongside is that AI tutor. So it's going to be extraordinary. Imagine having an expert right alongside you in almost every endeavor moving forward. And it's not one that you have to pay for. It's just going to be embedded. So I think that's a real positive. It's going to allow us to be a lot more autonomous in our decision making and our learning.
Thank you. Oof, do we have 2 or 3 hours more? I'm afraid we're
going to say different panel, right?
It's
no, sidebar.
It's a great question, but different panel, and let's leave it there. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for a wonderful discussion. Thank you for great questions. I think this was better than whatever you can find or generate using ChatGPT. And let me close just by saying, let's stay innovative. Let's stay creative, let's stay bold, and let's stay brave like Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank also our panelists. So stay warm in Davos with the Ukrainian scarf. It's designed by the Ukrainian designers. And support the creative industries as well. Так, будь ласка. We will have the next panel that will start at 12 p.m. On this panel, we will have the Minister of Strategic Industries, Alexander Kamyshin. So please join us at 12 p.m. here on the next panel. Please also, during the break, go downstairs and try Ukrainian coffee. Thank you. And tea, yes. Thank you. turn. Good afternoon, dear guests. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you our next panel, the Minister of Strategic Industries, Alexander Kamyshin, who will talk about Ukraine's bold vision of becoming the military arsenal of the free world. Before we start the panel, I would like us to review a short video.
Ukrainian forces forging a fight like never before. There are hundreds of thousands of people still fleeing the violence into neighboring countries.
Fleeing the Russian bombardment of the town of Irpin.
The children drew themselves with unhappy faces.
4 generations, great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, and children had nowhere to go. They wound up in a shelter.
The International Criminal Court has launched an investigation against Russia's actions in Ukraine.
This investigation provides the best hope for those who wish to see Vladimir Putin stand trial in the future.
Russia must be held accountable for these horrific crimes, and Putin must be held accountable.
Ukraine and Russia have carried out their biggest prisoner swap since the war began in February.
The exchange took place tonight. Under the concluded agreements, 215 people were released in total.
The first all-female prisoner exchange.
In a first prisoner swap in the past 5 months, Russia and Ukraine exchanged hundreds of prisoners of war on Wednesday.
Meanwhile, tens of thousands of civilians are thought to have died in the past year.
What allegedly happened here is a picture of brutality.
Weaponization must be restrained. War crimes must be punished. Deported people must come back home. And the occupier must return to their own land. We must be united to make it.
And it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of the panel, Daniel Kurtzfallen, editor, Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone at Ukraine House for putting this together and having me back after last year. It's my great pleasure and honor to have the chance to talk with the Minister of Strategic Industries, Alexander Kamyshin. Sorry if I'm butchering that name. That's a job he's had since last spring. And if I have my facts straight, you are the first person to have that job. This job was created last year. No, okay, it existed before. Bad briefing. I'm just saying it's my fault. This is obviously a question that goes to the heart of the kind of big strategic questions today, the question of whether Ukraine can build the kind of defense industry that can continue to supply its forces for the fight that is ongoing, and that could continue for some time. Before he was in this role, he was the CEO of Ukrainian Railways starting in, I believe, August 2021. If I have that fact straight, good. And the efficient operation of the railways has, of course, been a globally recognized story over the last several years. So it's no surprise that you are in a job of such importance at this moment. We're going to talk for a little over half an hour, so I will try to be restrained in my questions, because we could certainly go longer than that. But I was hoping we could start, Mr. Minister, with the railways experience. That has been essential in many ways to Ukraine's ability both to account for both its military success, but also its ability to continue operating, functioning as a society and country. So if you could just look back at that experience before we get to your current job, what was the secret of your success? How did you approach that job? And why do you think that has been, I think to the surprise of most people observing around the world, such a success story?
Thanks, Daniel. Looking back at my railways experience, I would tell that we started exactly 4 minutes later than we should. And I would be happy if our discussion would be not over 30 minutes, but 40 minutes sharp. So being on time was one of our main passions. And I would tell that, by the way, did anyone in the room use Ukrainian railways during the war? The service was good enough?
Yes. It was more on time than Amtrak in the United States. So.
Actually, when Secretary Blinken came to Ukraine by train first time, I asked him whether the trip was better than with Amtrak. He said, "Are you kidding? Are you really asking that?" Another challenge was to bring in and out President Biden, especially knowing his passion to railways and Amtrak in the US. And that happened successfully. There is a board member, supervisory board member in the room, Sergei Lещенко, and he was overseeing that mission. That mission was another mission to write a separate book about, because again, that was the first time when the president of US came in the war country where they don't control the ground, and he traveled by train, not with his own motorcade. But finally, everything was good, and I was so happy when he disembarked in Poland that was, trust me, the risks were quite reasonable.
So Ukraine had one of the largest defense industries in the world when it was in the Soviet days. That had diminished quite a bit by the time of 2014, and certainly by even in 2022 is not fully restored. Give a sense of the state of the defense industry 2 years ago when you look before the most recent full-scale invasion.
In my railway position, I was always repeating that we keep running. So in my current position, I started saying that we start running. Because again, we got great industry back in the USSR. Somehow it happened that the industry was neglected for decades. And somehow it happened that what we call the great industry now is actually the memory about what we had before. And many things we've been producing are not relevant now, because we face the new war, and this new war needs new armaments. And I'll explain you why you didn't know about previous ministers in my ministry. Somehow it happened that during the war, the country should have the war production ministry. That's how it was called in the UK. And in the USSR, during the Second World War, there were 4 special ministries. They were formed out of one, the Ministry of Armaments, and there was special ministry for tanks, special ministry for ammunition, special ministry for jets, and special ministry for armaments. So again, during the war, the country should have a special ministry that is dealing with weapon and ammunition. And my ministry was formed several years ago. I've got 2 ministers before me. Somehow it happened that we focused on defense industry when my president sent me to oversee this industry. And it's a strategic industry, and it's becoming more and more crucial. And I'm sure that for decades, Ukraine would be developing its defense industry. And actually, that's something all of the countries around should be paying more attention to. Again, we are back to basics. We have to deal with weapon and ammunition, and we have to be sure that democracies are armed much better than tyrannies.
So let's start with one of the most basic of those weapons that I think everyone observing this war has been, I think, a bit surprised by just how important, basic, old-fashioned kind of artillery shells and things that wouldn't be out of place in wars of the 20th century have been in this war. To what extent are you focused on basic artillery especially, and to what extent is that the priority as you look at the range of needs that your military needs?
Definitely. For sure, we are living through a unique experience of switching from Soviet legacy standards into NATO standards. And we are already on the way. We started producing NATO standard artillery systems. As my president said, in November we produced 6 systems, and we are moving on increasing that production. And speaking about the experience of switching from Soviet standards into NATO standards, that's a unique experience. Many countries in this world will finally need this experience. Speaking about ammunition production, I would say that the whole world still didn't double the production, the whole free world. That's US and European Union. And that's something we should all together pay more attention. Globally, we face the same problem. That's scarce components, that's explosives and propellants. And that's where we all together should be paying more attention to develop that production. We are already working on joint production with European companies and US companies, and I'm sure that joint efforts will bring us the result. Speaking about the experience we have, I'm sure that Global South will need this experience because many countries would be switching from Russian standards into NATO standards.
And when it comes to the mechanics of getting that done, is that a matter of converting old factories? Is it building new ones? What is the actual kind of production mechanism for those?
Actually, the Western world is moving on the way where they extend the capacities of existing factories. We are getting back old factories back to life, building new factories, so we walk all ways we can have to get the result, to get the things done.
Let me move on to another capability that seems especially essential as we get through this winter, which is air defenses. There's been a lot of commentary in the West about the strategic priority of replenishing stocks of air defenses so that as Russia continues to fire missiles and send drones at Ukrainian towns and cities, the air defenses continue to be capable of shooting down most of those. To what extent are those stocks where they need to be, and in what ways have you focused on air defenses as a priority?
First of all, I would never stop being grateful to European, US, and other strategic partners who helped us with air defense, because that's what helps us save lives. And any air defense system, it will take years and years to develop the new system. Everyone understands it. So instead of waiting for years until we develop the new system, we found a way how we can make what we call do-it-yourself air defense. That's where we take old Soviet legacy systems and adopt Western missiles on that systems, or we take Western launchers and missiles and integrate it into old Soviet legacy systems. We got a number of projects like that. The projects we do with the US, we call them Franken-Sam. And yeah, that's how we live on now, and that's how we survive this winter. And I'm happy to announce that one of those systems had the first successful use this night. We put Shahid down at 9 kilometers range from 400 meters height. And that's the first use of this system, this specific system. We got about 5 projects in that portfolio, Franken-Sam portfolio. And I'm happy that we already got these systems in the battlefield, protecting our sky, protecting our people, and grateful to our US partners for making it happen.
Were you confident? Yeah, that deserves applause. Were you confident before last night that it would work?
I'm never confident. I'm always testing and trial. So again, I lived nights and nights in the field tests, and that makes you crazy because you spend the night in the test field, then you back to work, and everyone should be thinking that you've been sleeping, but you haven't. And finally, not all tests are successful. And when I was going for the first field test, my president said, don't be over expecting, like manage your expectations. Not every field test would be successful. And indeed, he was right, but we already got a number of great success in that tests, and happy that this one worked as well. And the more tests you do, the more success you get.
When it comes to this kind of innovation, the do-it-yourself innovation, were there models that you look to, places that have done this before, other industries? How have you come up with these kinds of workarounds given the incredibly difficult circumstances you're working in?
What I've learned from railways is about iron people. That's people who are in the system, who are solid, who are innovative, who are creative, resilient, and who can bring ideas. So that's what we have in defense industry as well. So when engineers work together with military people, with army people, and get some support from the government, miracles happen. And that's what we see now. Like Ukraine is making a miracle in defense tech. And I'm sure that Western countries would be eager to learn that lessons. And our engineers, our people, are the source of that innovation.
Let me get to one more capability before getting to some of the other means of getting all this done, and that's drones, another area in which Ukraine has innovated in ways that much of the world has watched and admired. To what extent are you focused on drones, and what are the tricks, the lessons, innovations there that have been essential?
That's something we grew hundreds times already. And like if you would try to buy something made in Ukraine a year ago, it would be quite complicated. We got few brands, all of them were quite well working, and there were no scale. This year showed, 2023 showed that we grew this industry, and defense tech now is a visible and important part of defense industry. And we got over 200 companies producing something that flies, goes on the ground, goes underwater and underwater. And these things work. And I'm sure that it will be more and more important. And we already showed that our Mosquito fleet made Russian Black Sea fleet out of Crimea. We already see that this systems make Russians suffer from FPV drones, make them suffer from land systems, and land systems is the new story. That's something you will learn more and more this year. So because this story is just uncovering.
Land systems, describe what that means.
Land drones.
And those are robotic dogs. What does that look like?
We already got one story where 40 days, one command center was protected with the land system, the land drone, and Russians didn't understand that they were fighting against the robot.
That's amazing. And when you look at the FPV drones, can you say anything about the cost and the extent to which you've been able to bring costs down as the production has surged?
Well, I remember the point where FPVs were over $1,000. Now it's already going under $500. And I'm sure that the cheapest ones you can get in Ukraine, you can get them for 300 something. But there is a new story reiterating like thermal vision. So it brings the cost back higher again, but then you innovate and it goes down. So it's a long cycle. And what's the point? The point is that innovation cycle in Ukraine, in defense tech, could be as short as a few weeks. From the point where it doesn't work to the point where, great, it works again, -1 Russian, or +1 good Russian, as we call it.
You mentioned tech transfer, which seems like a fascinating topic going both ways, both tech coming from outside partners and supporters to you and to Ukraine, but also tech going the other way. Talk about that process and the extent to which that's been easy to persuade partners to do. Are there areas of technology where you've had to work harder to get what you need? And what are the nascent discussions about sending some of your technological innovations to the US or European partners or others at this point?
At this point, we don't export anything that can make more good Russians. So we have to keep it inland, in country, and we have to keep it working on the battlefield. But at some point where we reach the victory, I'm sure that we would be exporting those things, and I'm sure that those things will help our strategic partners build a stronger force, future force, with the part of that defense tech elements, components. And I'm sure that these lessons learned will help our partners make their armies stronger, more competitive, and finally equip them with cheaper things as well.
And when it comes to technology from outside supporters that you need, are there things that you're still asking for? Has that been a difficult process?
It's it's a long process where you innovate, and definitely there are still things that we are happy to share from our partners. But again, we're already sharing some things back. And speaking about the defense tech, there would be always things that would be shared both ways.
Let's talk about money now, the other critical component of this. What kind of investment has enabled this? How much of it is, what's the public-private model? How much of the investment is coming from the outside? And how much is from Ukraine at this point?
While we still have some complicated systems produced on the state-owned side, I would say that defense tech is mainly private. And out of those 200 companies, 190 are coming from private sector, and that's one of our strong superpowers, I would say. We can deliver, and private sector is quite resilient, and with small investments coming from the contracts, so it's not capex, but it's mainly contracting. Private sector showed that we can produce more and more, and at a competitive price, and I'm sure that the sector will grow times this year comparing to prior year.
And is there money coming from outside supporters, public and private? To what extent is that still something that you're pressing for? I imagine you're at Davos in part to meet with people who are much richer than me, certainly.
We are happy to facilitate the development of the market, and we already got first funds that focus on defense tech on the ground in Ukraine. We got the first supporters from outside who invest or either directly through the fund or directly to the companies, and the first investments are already there. They are about lower dozens of millions of dollars, not hundreds yet, but again, we're just starting.
And is that an easy case when you talk to the kinds of people who are at Davos? Do you have an easy case to make in asking for investment, again, whether that's public or private? Do they understand the model? Is the message kind of getting through in a persuasive way to them?
It's complicated because many investment firms still don't have defense tech, defense industry in their mandate, so they're not allowed to invest in defense industry because of some limitations, legal limitations. But I'm sure that more to come. And again, as the whole free world, we should get back to basics. We should remember about defense industry and investment companies as one of the vehicles in this process should be focusing on defense tech as well.
It's, of course, I think, been a wake-up call. The war in Ukraine has been a wake-up call for the United States, for many European countries, about the state of our own defense industries. And that's true about weapons stocks and production, timelines for production, and lots of other things that have people did not think a lot about for a period of time. When you look beyond the war you're in now and think about the lessons that you would share with counterparts in the United States or in Europe, what are the key lessons about your approach? What, to the extent that you've managed to be successful in building this industry and driving innovation, driving costs down, what are the key principles that you would share with others that might be applicable in other countries?
The main point is that democracy should be armed better than tyrannies. So we always would be happy to live a peaceful life, but we all should be ready for the war. And for that reason, defense industry should be the key strategic industry. And again, it's good for economy because that's one of the most complicated and value-added industries. So finally, it brings the economy back to work. And in Ukraine, for instance, out of 5% GDP growth last year, 1.5% came from defense industry. So we're already a significant contributor into economic recovery. And for us, defense industry would be the locomotive for economic recovery. So finally, the Western world, the free world as we call it, should be focusing on defense industry. That's important.
And are there lessons from your approach or the things you've tried and failed at that for someone trying this in the US government or European government, you would advise them to copy or learn from?
Definitely, we are open to share experience back, and I'm sure that lessons learned would be important and would be learned.
When you look at the economic role of the defense industry in the short term, but also in the long term, how do you see that fitting into the broader Ukrainian picture when it applies to both kind of industry more broadly, but especially the technology industry? What's the kind of relationship between those?
Again, we always were a peaceful country. We've been building ourselves as the breadbasket for Europe. We've been doing agriculture. In my previous life, I've been doing farming as well. But when they came with the war, we had to refocus. Now we are rebuilding ourselves as the arsenal of the free world. And we are focusing on defense industry. There is a banker in the room who was always focused on farming. Now he's learning how to finance defense industry. And more people find themselves in defense industry. In previous life, I would say that everyone would have a friend in Ukraine who was doing farming. Different types of farming, just farming, animal farming, services to farmers, producing something for farmers and so on. So in the nearest years, every one of you would have a friend in Ukraine who is doing something for defense industry, something that flies, fires, and makes more good Russians.
It's worth reminding people in the US context, so much of the innovation that is now in Silicon Valley started with defense contracts, right? All of that was driven by innovations in the Pentagon or contracts with the Pentagon. So I imagine if we project forward 25 years, there are probably technological innovations we'll all be using in our daily lives that will have started with the work that you and your colleagues are doing now. And I think about the phrase arsenal of democracy, which was, of course, used about the United States, but you can imagine that label shifting over in another direction in the years ahead. Let me ask you one last question, because I did promise you would be off the stage by a few minutes from now at the very latest, and I don't want to get chided for not being on the timetable. There's always this tension in, certainly when it comes to US military planning, how you balance the short term versus the long term. And there are, of course, acute needs at the front every day when you look at your own military, but also a need to continue innovating and building new capabilities. How do you manage that tension? I think that's what a lot of defense policy people in the United States are wrestling with, and you're facing a much sharper and more challenging version of it.
First of all, it's remembering that we're still in the war. It's 693rd day of the Great War. And second point, we learned how we can make long-term projects shorter. Because again, it's not because we are that fast or that efficient. That's because people die on the front line and people die in the cities, and every day costs. And we paid the highest price in this war, lives of our people. So it makes you really faster. It makes you really more efficient. And again, it's a great war. And it's the greatest war of generations. We have to acknowledge that. And we still withstand. I'm grateful to all strategic partners we have, all countries that help us withstand in this war for over the 693 days.
Mr. Minister, thank you for all you're doing. Thank you so much for joining us today. I think I've left 1 minute for applause, so please everyone thank the Minister. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure having you, the minister. Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. Stay warm in Davos. Yes, and this is for you, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate. Dear guests, thank you very much for coming. The next panel will start at 2 o'clock on the frozen assets. Please join us. In the meantime, please go to the networking area for a coffee. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear guests, and welcome on behalf of the Organizing Committee of Ukraine House Davos. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director, and it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of the panel, the moderator, Bronwyn Maddox, Director and Chief Executive at Chatham House. And Bronwyn, please introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to borrow your microphone. I've been in some sessions in Davos that were standing room only, but I don't think any that have been corridor room only. Anyway, welcome. And I could hear just coming along the sidewalk, the buzz that was around this particular session. I was really excited when I was invited by Davos, who put together this panel, to have this discussion. Let me make clear, I'm here as the moderator, and this is not a balanced panel. This is people who have been passionately involved in making this argument, and what we're going to do today is explore the state of this argument about giving Russia's frozen assets to Ukraine, the different counter-arguments, and what the state of the politics is as well. Starting from the end, we have Rostislav Shurma, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, who was fluent just upstairs in some of these arguments. I said, let's save it for now. We have Bill Browder, many of you know, who is a CEO, financier, activist, writer, eloquent on these subjects and many related. On my right, Timothy Ash, who's a financier, also affiliated with Chatham House, who is, again, very steeped in these particular arguments. And at the end, Yulia Ziskina, Senior Legal Fellow of Razom, the think tank and activist group working for Ukraine. Well, and welcome to you all. Let me start. I'm going to start with a micro comment from Tim Ash, just to take us into the figures of the assets that we're talking about.
Sure. Well, incredibly, I think I've got one of these. Incredibly, a couple of years, well, almost 2 years into the invasion, we don't really have a number in terms of the total. I mean, there was a very good FT piece quite recently, about a month ago. We think CBR assets, Central Bank of Russia assets, is somewhere between 300 and 350 billion. It's probably around 100 billion of oligarch assets. We kind of know...
Dollars, we're talking.
Dollars we're talking about. We kind of know probably around 160, 170 billion is with Euroclear in Belgium. France, I think, has a significant amount of money, and then there's pots, little bits of money elsewhere, a small amount in the US, a small amount in the UK, and a significant amount in the Channel Islands, interestingly. But anyway, I'll end it there.
Significant amount. Bill, that amount is?
Well, I haven't actually seen the bank statements for myself, but we understand that Jersey sits on something like $7 billion of Russian central bank reserves.
Thank you. The detail that makes these things really bite home. All right, let's start. Rostislav, if you could start by just telling us in a nutshell where this argument is, because it has been put in place for many long months since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but it has really got extra political heat and even momentum in recent weeks and months. And I'm thinking just from the UK side of David Cameron also adding the UK's support to this. Where are we now?
Good afternoon to everybody. In fact, yes, this topic got really the true momentum a couple of months ago, specifically the recent weeks. I remember when on the previous Davos, we were discussing this topic, the same topic, on the very similar panel. I think it was more like our dreams in some time, in some period, to touch those assets. But today we see that this is absolutely realistic task that will be achieved in quite manageable periods of time. Why it happens so? Our understanding. This is all about the political will. We need to understand it absolutely clearly, weighted on the risks, on the legal mechanisms, but this is all about the will. Why the will of our partners has appeared. So as you know, we are experiencing the shortages in our budget, close to 40 billion. We are funded 2022, 2023. The packages are not yet voted in 24, but we are absolutely confident that both packages will be adopted, both in the US and the European Union, so the 2024 will be closed. The question is, what's next? Because obviously some volume of the support will will sustain. Obviously, we expect that the economy will grow, and it means that we'll have the higher tax revenues. Obviously, we as the government will do some kind of homework to optimize the shortages, but at least we understand that it will be roughly 10 to 15 billion that would need to be covered extra. And if you compare it with the potential number of the earnings that can be received from the frozen assets, the numbers quite correspond, assuming the existing interest rates on the market. So this is one of the most important reasons. And now we have to break the big topic of the monetization or confiscations of the Russian assets into two big parts. The first, which is quite achievable and quite reasonable in short periods of time, which is the earnings from the frozen assets. And the second part is the confiscation of the asset itself. So on the earnings, I think a year ago, it was still not a topic, because a year ago, the interest rates, the policy rates were absolutely different. We were in the era of almost zero interest rates. So it meant, okay, $1 billion, $2 billion that could be generated by those assets. They didn't mean anything to the whole situation. But today, when we have the policy rates between 4 and 5, when the yields of the treasuries, of the bonds, of the AAA bonds, may achieve 4%, 3.5%, sometimes even 5%, depending on the durations. So we are speaking about the number between 10 to 15 billion, which is quite material. Moreover, the legal case and the political case is much easier for that. Maybe I will go into more details during the discussion. And at the same time, just a couple of weeks ago, the topic of the asset itself as well has been raised to the agenda on the G7. There are different countries with the different positions. There are those who are pushing this actively. There are those who are supporting that. And there are a couple of countries who are opposing that as well because of the absolutely clear reasons. But again, during the discussion, I'll stop on that a bit more in details.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, you've taken us right into the heart of it. There's a key G7 discussion and decision even coming up on this, probably in February. And countries getting their positions clear at the moment, and a distinction between the assets themselves and the interest earned on them. So I want to turn to Yulia now and just take us into some of the legal arguments for this. Let me say this is not my own point of view, but as there is no one here to put the counter-argument to this, let me do that. And I'm thinking in particular of a Financial Times editorial just a few days before Christmas, 21st of December, where the paper, which has been very much a supporter of defending Ukraine for itself and for the security of Europe, nonetheless came out against seizing such assets, saying, look, the West and Ukraine and all the supporters are mounting the defense as part of their defense of the rules-based international order. And it is really problematic if, as part of that, these countries go and do something which could be argued to undermine those rules or be making up those rules, such as seizing another country's assets. And there is a particular problem, they argued, with taking central bank assets, because that could undermine the security that countries feel in placing their central bank assets in the currency of another country. So that is, if you like, the counter-argument against seizing Russia's money. Yulia, you have, I think, and you were trying out on us upstairs, many of the responses to this. Perhaps you'd like to give us an airing of some of them.
Absolutely. But I do want to frame this from the very beginning. I want to frame it as a fundamental starting point that the reality is that this money is not going back to Russia. The G7 has agreed to that publicly twice. The real debate is over actually whether Ukraine gets this money and when. And Ukraine is already owed this money under international law. But let me be clear, as Rostislav just said, the barrier to asset seizure aren't really the legal questions anymore. It is political will. Legal concerns have often been used as a get out of making difficult decisions card. Asset seizure has been purported as some kind of unsolvable legal puzzle. And these exact same talking points are the ones that we've heard and decision makers have repeated since even last January up until this very week. But the reality actually is that during this past year, these legal questions have largely been untangled and a clear legal basis has been established by the world's leading international law practitioners, scholars, some of the highest ranked individuals you possibly could find. So at this point, there's not really going to be any new insight or value add from more lawyers and more legal discussions. What's already been said there's no more.
Yeah. Julia, we will come on to the politics, but I wanted, just for the benefit of this discussion and the people here, if you could, you are a lawyer, just take us into your view of why the legal arguments are so, in your view, decisive that this is possible.
Absolutely. So there is actually a legal doctrine under international law called countermeasures. I can talk more in depth about it later. The basic idea is that countermeasures are a self-help tool to enforce international obligations in situations exactly like this, where institutions have failed. So when a state's conduct is so egregious that it violates the very core norms of international law, it's considered to affect the entire global community, and every country has the standing and the right to take countermeasures against it. So the countermeasures are intended to stop the wrongful conduct and to compel the payment of compensation. Their countermeasures are, by definition, acts that would normally be wrongful, such as interfering with another sovereign's property, but their wrongfulness is precluded because it's in response to a serious breach of international law by that state. So asset freezes and asset confiscation are examples of those kinds of countermeasures. The basic idea, in a nutshell, is that no country can have it both ways. Aggressors can't violate every tenet of the rule of law and then use it to claim protection for their property. So we already have this legal foundation, and it was devised for situations like this, and policymakers just need to make the decision to use it.
Thank you very much indeed. You put it very, very clearly. Bill,
let me maybe just comment on that. Yes.
Can I come? I'll come to you again at the end. May I come to Bill a bit to expand on this question? Could you possibly grab Rostislav's microphone? Because we're sharing. It's not to. No, it's not to stop you talking. I will absolutely come back to you. I will absolutely come back to you. Bill, where are we on this? So you set out the argument of why. Look, the legal argument is one. The political argument is not quite one, is it?
So no, not yet. So just for the benefit of everyone here who doesn't know me, so when the war started, like every single person in this room and every single person in any civilized country, I watched the war and I was heartbroken, horrified, and called to action. And every person has a different way of helping, and different people have helped, and a lot of people in this room have helped in a lot of different ways. The way I could help was that I've spent the last decade and a half fighting to get asset freezing sanctions imposed on Russia through the Magnitsky Act. And I know all the players, I know all the politicians, all the government officials. I'm probably the most experienced person in terms of freezing assets, and a week after the war started, we froze, I should say we, the West, froze between 300 and 350 billion of these assets. And so what I can contribute to this is to talk to all those people to figure out how we can seize those assets. And I've spent the last almost 2 years meeting with members of parliament in different countries and Congress, with governments, trying to make the case, as many other people have been. And what started as a non-starter, and I think we even discussed this a while ago, where nobody thought it was possible, and for different reasons people didn't want to do it. In the United States, and nobody will say this explicitly, but the U.S. government at the very beginning of this whole thing, some of the top people had this fantasy that a peace deal could be struck very quickly, and nobody wanted to give up confiscate the money, because that could be a bargaining chip. That's I think it's become clear that no peace deal is coming quickly, and that would be not a good idea to use it as a bargaining chip. And then, of course, there was everybody in Europe saying, well, this is impossible, we can't do this, this is illegal. And I've been to Brussels on a number of occasions. We've had various events at the European Parliament and with the European Commission. And what I find so interesting as the case evolves, they said, no, we can't do this. And now they say, oh, we can do this, but we can only confiscate the interest. We can't confiscate the principal. And what we're seeing is that it's kind of a slippery slope. It's kind of like the tanks. Everyone said, no, absolutely no possibility of tanks. And then there were tanks, absolutely no possibility of long-range missiles, and there's long-range missiles. Absolutely no possibility of F-16s, and there's F-16s. We're now at a place, and it feels pretty clear. David Cameron spoke at the Aspen Institute a couple weeks ago, and he pretty much is making the same case that we are here making today, which is that it's the right thing to do morally, politically, and financially to confiscate these assets. The US government has issued some statements saying that they support it. I don't think it can be done unless everybody does it together. And we'll talk about this in a second.
Who do you mean by everybody?
What I mean by everybody is you can't have the US doing it and not the Europeans doing it, because the big fear is that who's going to keep their money in dollars if this can happen, if they can keep their money in euros. But if all reserve currencies, euro, dollar, sterling, yen, do it at the same time, then where is China, where is Saudi Arabia, where are these other countries with a lot of
So
reserves?
just going back to Rostov's first point about where we are now, so in your view, this would take a G7 agreement and a European Union agreement?
I think that the European Union has to be involved. I don't believe so. 220 billion of the 300 to 350 is in Belgium. I can't imagine the Belgian government taking the strident position on this thing without the full, complete support of the European Union.
Thanks very much. All right, Tim, can I turn to you? And perhaps to what I put as the second counter argument, that look, if this is done, it will really destabilize the international financial system and shake the dollar and the euro. And any other points you want to make, but I would love your views on that.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, but for me it's about the national security imperative. It's about the political reality, and it's about the economic facts. National security priority, I would say Ukraine's victory in the war and successful reconstruction should be the #1 national security priority of the NATO alliance. It's the biggest challenge, the biggest need since the end of communism, 89-91. Stopping Russian aggression, because if Putin wins in Ukraine, he will continue, right? It's interesting we talk about rule of law. To defend, there will be no rule of law if Putin wins this battle, right? And secondly, it's interesting the economics of it, right? What's the economic cost of supporting Ukraine, right? At the moment, we're spending about $100 billion a year in war, which is basically 40 billion budget support, 60 billion in terms of military support. If we think of reconstruction needs, lots of estimates, 500 billion, but let's say 50 billion a year for the next 10 years. That's a huge ask of Western taxpayers, right? And I would say the political reality in a global cost of living crisis is, I don't think there's appetite, and it's a hard thing to say, I don't think there's appetite in Western democracies to write that check for such a long period of time. And we're already seeing the reality. The 61 billion stuck in the US Congress, the 50 billion being blocked by Orban. And I would push the argument back. Those people who argue that we can't do with it, hiding behind legal arguments, I challenge them and say, if we don't do this, how are we going to fund Ukraine's victory in war and success in full reconstruction? And what happens if we don't, right? What happens if Ukraine loses the war and loses the peace? I would say it means much increased defense spending for the West, and it means potentially, if we fail with the reconstruction and Ukraine fails in war, social and political collapse in Ukraine, mass migration flows out of Ukraine into Europe, massive destabilization and push for populism, right? So basically, needs must. So right? Laws. Can I just?
Go on.
Politicians and policymakers make laws. And in the end, it's interesting. We're in Switzerland, and we're bondholders, and it's interesting that the Swiss government retrospectively changed laws when there was a national security imperative when Credit Suisse failed. So you can do it when you want to, and I think in the end, with this one, it is such a national security imperative that we fund Ukraine. Clearly, there's a massive problem funding Ukraine at the moment, and we have to basically change laws to make it happen. And I think, interestingly, the change in mood music we've seen in the last couple of months, suddenly with the US Treasury thinking about it, writing a paper for G7 at the end of February, the harsh reality is waking up, right? Western taxpayers probably won't fund Ukraine's victory. So we have to do this. That's the reality. Now, in terms of your question about reserve currency,
thank you.
Apologies for going on a bit, but firstly, I would argue we're worried. Essentially, the worry is about China and Saudi Arabia and authoritarian regimes, basically fearing similar treatments and pulling reserves out of Western jurisdictions. I would argue they've already taken the signal with the move to immobilize. Assets actually are not frozen; they're immobilized, right? I think they've already moved some assets. I don't think they're going to move much more. I think, interestingly, counter-argument would be it sends a very strong signal to those countries not to invade countries, not to commit war crimes after invasion, and not to commit genocide. If you're going to do that, you should have had your assets immobilized, frozen, and seized, I would argue. So, I think the argument's pretty weak. I don't think it will destabilize the dollar. I don't think it will destabilize the euro.
All right, well, thanks very much. There was an utterly pragmatic argument, if you like, though I'm still interested in Julia's point earlier that, in your view, it doesn't need changing laws, which is a kind of line of argument I think many governments, including the UK, would be more comfortable with. Rostislav, to go back to your point, what do you make of this? Or do you think this argument is already won and that we're really just into the practical questions?
Just two important inflections and explanations. First of all, about the countermeasures and about the laws. What important Julia said, that we do not need to establish the new conceptual new framework globally. So it exists. What we need the implementing laws and technical decisions. This is absolutely different level. Obviously, some of the acts, like the Repo Act in the US, needs to be adopted. There should be some acts that should be adopted nationally in the European countries, but this is not something fundamentally new. It means that it can be done if there is the political will within months in all the necessary countries. So this is the first reflection. The second one is about disposal and directions of usage of the asset itself. It's a very tricky and important question. The principal position for the Ukrainian government is that this money should be used for the recovery of the country and for the repayment of the damage that was caused to the people. And there is already established international mechanism, compensation mechanism, as an international organization registered in GAC, if I'm not mistaken, and this is the proper way to channel these assets. We should not allow to put us in the wrong way when we will have to fund the war with those assets, to pay for the weapons, to pay for the everything else. Because in 3, 5, 7 years, I don't know, nobody knows how much war will last, a year, 2, 3, 5, 7, we will not have any reserve to rebuild the country. The country will be completely destroyed, and at least we all understand that this is the asset which can be used to rebuild everything, and we will stay with nothing. That's why we should be very careful with this point, with the direction of usage. Obviously, it should be managed, supervised by international partners, but these are the money for the recovery and for the repayment of the damages.
Thank you very much. So, Julia, can I come back to you on 2 points that have come up? The first, which Rostislav made at the beginning, in your view, does it make any difference to distinguish between Ukraine taking the interest on these assets and taking the assets themselves, or being given them? And then the second one, which Rostislav was just discussing, is there any legal difference between Ukraine using this for weapons and for reconstruction of the country?
Sure, so I will address the interest argument first. So legally, by making the argument that you can take the profit accumulated from the interest, you are making the same exact legal argument that supports taking the capital itself under settled notions of property law. There's a great quote that constitutional law scholar Lawrence Tribe once wrote saying, going this way, taking only the profits, is like making the misguided move of leaping halfway across a gaping chasm without going the full way. If you're going to go for the prize, go for the big prize. The law supports it. Secondly, there's practical reasons for this too. The profits from the interest accumulated would amount to probably about $3 billion per year. To put it in perspective, the US and the EU have provided Ukraine with about $5 billion per month just to keep its economy afloat. So this $3 billion per year is insufficient to support Ukraine in its victory, much less its rebuilding. There's a conservative estimate that it would take 124 years using just these profits accumulated to rebuild Ukraine. Frankly, if you're making the argument, just go the whole way.
Can I just stop you on that? If we're talking about 300 billion of assets, why only 1% a year?
That has been the estimate that these taxes would accumulate.
And then the second point, does it make any difference whether Ukraine was to spend this money on defense or on reconstruction legally?
Legally, I think arguments can be made for both. There are different ways to justify it, but under countermeasures are meant to stop wrongful, illegal conduct. By using these frozen assets to forward that goal, we can use it on defense spending. We can use it on military spending. The other flip side, we can use it for compensation as well. We could also invoke the doctrine of collective self-defense, and that provides a very clear pathway. So in other words, there are legal ways to do this. They already exist. Policymakers just need to make the choice to do it.
Bill, I want to come to you on really the central point and about the justification for this. And Tim was taking us into it and making this very, very pragmatic argument that he did, was saying, well, look, maybe the West isn't going to come up with enough money, so we've got to do this, needs must. And I just have in mind the kind of cry of double standards that you hear so much from many countries, not in the West, at the moment, and thinking particularly of the Israel-Hamas conflict, and saying, you make up rules to suit yourself is the charge. And how would you rebut the argument from other countries saying, well, look, this is the West making up rules to suit itself because it can't afford to pay?
Well, I mean, the simple answer is that we're not making up any rules. There was confiscation in Iraq. There was confiscation in Germany after World War II.
Iraq was the 1990 invasion of Kuwait.
The only difference between this and those stories is that the war is not over. And so normally you wait until the war to end before you go for reparations. In this case, the war, we can say the war has been going on almost 2 years, but the war has been going on since 2014. And from my perspective, and I think many other people would agree with me, Putin's not backing down. Putin will carry on with this war. I mean, he has to have this war in order to stay in power. And he will sacrifice as many young Russian men as he needs to. He will burn through as much equipment as he needs to keep this war going. And therefore, we don't have the luxury of waiting till the end of this war. And I don't want to be in any way disrespect the opinion of the Ukrainian government, but we may not be ever in a position to rebuild Ukraine if Ukraine loses the war. And we're in a position right now where Ukraine is suffering financially. Ukraine is suffering financially. Ukraine is lacking bullets and ammunition. Ukraine is lacking funding from the EU, which has been blocked by Hungary. Ukraine is lacking funding from the US, which has been blocked by a small number of very right-wing Republicans in Congress. And we have the elephant in the room, which is the November 2024 US election. Donald Trump is currently slated to be the Republican nominee. Maybe that changes, but and if you look at the bookmakers, there's a greater than even chance that he's going to become the next president of the United States. If he does, he said he's going to solve the Ukraine crisis in one day. And what does that mean? He's going to cut off Ukraine from funding. And so I would argue, putting aside all these niceties, that confiscating the $350 billion is Donald Trump insurance. And it needs to be done before the US elections so that if that were to come to pass, Ukraine can carry on, defend itself, and win so that there can be a reconstruction.
Thank you very much indeed, and you brought us right to the heart of the urgency that perhaps is one of the reasons why this has come even more to prominence, these arguments in recent weeks. Right, I'd like now, we're just over halfway through, I'd like to turn to questions now, because there are a lot of people here who will have a lot to say, but preferably to ask questions. I'm going to take them in pairs, unless that seems completely inadequate. So if you want to put up your hands. and the three of us are going to share one mic, and all of you are going to share the other one. Who would like to start? Right in here. And if you would like to say who you are, that's great. There is no obligation.
Hi, Lena Kazarny, Horizon Capital, and I've got a question to Bill. Bill, expand on why this is so existential also for Putin. Why, when we've heard all this week folks trying to pressure Ukraine to come to the negotiating table, others saying that you know, this is the only way out, from your personal experience and your perspective, why is he not going to back down?
Okay, great. Bill, do you want to, that's one direct one to you. Let me pass the microphone to you while other people are thinking of their questions.
That's a really important, it's the key question because that just determines everything. So what I've learned in my one-on-one fight with Putin over the Magnitsky case is that, and I'm not saying this speculatively, I'm saying this with real forensic knowledge, is that Putin and about 1,000 people around him over a 23-year period stole $1 trillion from the Russian state. They stole that money that should have been spent on hospitals, schools, roads. Instead was spent on yachts and jets and villas. And you can do that for a certain period of time. You can do that for a certain period of money, but doing it for 23 years and doing it for $1 trillion is like spreading gasoline all over the floor of Russia, and it's just waiting for a match to light it up. And Putin is a guy who understands that if he is no longer in power, he loses the money he stole, he goes to jail, and he dies. And so if you're a little man like Vladimir Putin is, and you've stolen too much money and you're afraid of dying because your people are going to rise up, what do? You create a foreign enemy and you start a war. And this war in Ukraine is not about NATO expansion. It's not about expanding the Russian Empire. This war is about Putin desperately afraid of dying. And he doesn't care about Russia. He just cares about himself. And therefore, and he thought that this war would elevate his stature. And to a certain extent it has. It's made everybody angry at Ukraine instead of angry at him. But now he's in it. And the one thing you cannot show in Russia is any weakness. And I've been in a conflict with Putin for 15 years. He never compromises, never backs down, never does anything to show weakness, and he won't show it here. And we've seen that by the losses that Russia has taken. Russia has taken more than 300,000 casualties. Any other country, the Soviet Union took 15,000 casualties in Afghanistan. That led to the end of the war. 300,000 casualties. 95% of their tanks are destroyed. The economy is in a mess, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And Putin will not back down, he cannot back down, and therefore it's absolutely essential that Ukraine wins, and to win, Ukraine needs the resources to do so.
Bill, thank you. And I'm just going to pass to Rostislav to say, how do you and the Ukrainian government weigh up Putin's motivation?
I think this is pretty the same as Bill described. So we understand that the key motivation is preserving the power, preserving the control over the petrodollars, and being in the war with the external enemy is the best way to control the society. And very simple emotions lead him, the fear, and that's it. That's why he's not, it will be difficult to get any kind of compromise with him.
Thank you. Okay, there's one standing up there. I'm going to take two this time.
Thank you. Gleb Vyshlinsky, Center for Economic Strategy, Kyiv. I have a question on the role of international institutions in this process. You said that obviously decision should be multilateral, at least G7, and in fact it should be supported by institutions. And we see that the IMF is very cautious on the subject, ECB is opposing the subject, European Commission was very slow in coming even with proposal on the interest. How could we overcome these international bureaucracies that need to help in this process? Thank you.
Thank you. Slow bureaucracy, and one here in the front. And there's a whole. We've got good time.
Just a quick question to Yulia. Russians threatened legal action against it. Which jurisdictions can they actually sue?
That is a great question. Of course the Russians are threatening legal action. They can threaten all they want. The reality is that there is no realistic international legal forum for which they can bring their claims. They don't recognize the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, which has already issued measures against it, telling it to withdraw its troops. So what is it going to do? File a case in the ICJ when it has blatantly defied its orders? Or is it going to sue in the national courts of the countries that are taking its assets? Is it going to sue the United States? It would be entertaining to see how that process goes. There's really no credible way for them to do it. And the bigger point to keep in mind is that even if they sue, the bigger question is the strength of the case. And this case is very strong. It has a very legally sound foundation. And this is not a winning case for Russia.
And it would go before which court, in theory, if this ever came to a court? How would it be tried?
It would, the real most obvious forum would be the ICJ or the courts, the national courts of the jurisdictions confiscating the assets. So for example, the Southern District of New York. It would be interesting to see the Southern District of New York in a legal battle with Russia.
And let's just tease out that point, because the other question was about the slowness of international bureaucracy, and we were all talking upstairs about how that's going to work, but also whether individual countries could act alone if the agreement doesn't come. Who'd like to go on this?
So I think this was summarized by Yulia at the very beginning. You can't ask a bunch of bureaucrats to do this. This has got to be. Well, actually, I remember when I first started the conversation. If you go to a politician like a prime minister, and you say this is a really good idea, let's confiscate the money, they'll go to their lawyer and say, can we? And the lawyer will look at some things and say, no, it's protected by sovereign immunity. If you go back and ask a different question, which is, how do we do this? Then you get the answer that she just gave. And so you go to some bureaucrat at the IMF who is not a politician, they're going to look for a reason not to do it. And so this is going to be a political decision. It's got to be a decision made by the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, Canada, and
New York State, as we're hearing. I mean, how small does it get?
Well, no. If the United States and by the way, and the other thing which everybody always said in the European Union is, we're a lawful place. We don't. Well, what do? You make a law. And so if there is some legal ambiguity, and there is some legal ambiguity, you have the law on countermeasures, you have sovereign immunity, and so you say in this situation where there's a conflict of law, you draft a new law to say that in a situation where a country invades another country and there's a conflict of law between countermeasures and sovereign immunity, countermeasures prevails, and then you're doing it lawfully. And then the guys who are, the bureaucrats sitting in the IMF or the European Central Bank can go back to their cubicles.
All right, but that is a slow process. Let me take some other questions. Right, so I'm trying to go in order of people sticking up their hands, one on the aisle and over towards the window.
Anders Åslund, Georgetown University. A question mainly to Bill and Tim. It's often said when you can't solve the problem, you had better make it bigger, because then it becomes more important to solve. And you mentioned here, Bill, $1 trillion that Putin and his friends have stolen. It's perhaps half, but it's $1.3 trillion at least offshore of Putin and his friends. And this is mainly not known because of UK legislation. And all British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands. A few years ago, the UK tried to clean this up, and these efforts have died. And you mentioned the Guernsey, $7 billion of Russian sovereign assets. This is outrageous. The big problem here is the UK. What can you do to clean up the UK offshore? Would be interested in hearing both your words. Thank you.
Really good question. Thank you very much. And then one just sort of two along from you. Can you pass it? Yes, you.
Thank you very much. Nick Bilgorski, Nova Ukraine. Is there an alternative to giving Ukraine the assets and instead giving Kyiv loans and using the frozen assets as a collateral? And would that force Russia to negotiate to repay the debt over time?
Okay, thank you. Tim, let me start with you, cleaning up the UK.
Yeah, I'll do that overnight, right? Yeah. I mean, I think the irony of the argument that we're worried about the erosion of the rule of law is where was the rule of law when the kleptocratic money came in? We asked no questions. We talk about KYC. I say RNKYC, rather not know your client, right? So, I mean, come on, seriously, we all knew what the Putin regime was. And we just, apologies, not Blue Bay, RBC Blue Bay Asset Management, but the City of London. It's kind of interesting. And actually...
So the law has changed a bit.
It's tighter, it's more difficult, but
where are we now? And does it offer any recourse in this situation to finding out things that were inaccessible a few years ago?
Well, look, for me, I think it just erodes the rule of law. The argument against it on the rule of law basis. We're not whiter than white. I mean, come on, let's be serious. Actually, just on the point about the multilateral basis, etc. I mean, it's interesting that, you know, Lagarde's job is fighting inflation. She hasn't done a particularly good job on it, right? And her job's not national security. And it's interesting the decision makers have been Treasury, central banks. Again, they don't think national security. This is a national security priority. We kind of have to do it. And in interest, just to make you think about the reality of this, if you look at the IMF program, you look at the recent review document, right? They don't mention use of frozen Russian assets at all. It's not mentioned. There's no discussion paper about it at all. What they do is they construct a financing framework around Ukraine that is a fairy tale. Right, 120 billion bucks of taxpayers' money, Western taxpayers' money, and also a financing contribution from debt relief from creditors, including bondholders like myself. Just to make you think about the reality of this. RBC Blue Bay, our clients are we're pension fund money, pensioners. So actually, what the US Treasury, UK Treasury, and Treasuries in general have been saying is, we really don't want to go after frozen Russian assets, but what we'd rather like is you guys, pensioners, to write down the debts to Ukraine, take 10 cents on the dollar, because we don't really want to go after Russian assets. And it's the same for taxpayers, right? I mean, our governments are very good at spending other people's money, but not Putin's money, which is kind of interesting. So, interestingly, they'd rather screw Western taxpayers, they'd rather screw Western pensioners, because, imagine, they're going to write a check to pay the money back to Russia. Isn't that incredible? And I think politically, that should be suicide. It should be a political scandal that we're not doing this.
So you're going to argue for... You're going to argue for taking Russian money before pension funds make
Ukraine needs all the support we can get. As bondholders, we agreed the debt standstill a year and a half ago. There's going to be new treatment coming up. There's possibly an extension of the standstill or debt treatment. We're willing to support Ukraine. We want to. But seriously, when you've got 350 bucks worth of sovereign money, you have to do that first, right? And I think the way the IMF are doing it, and frankly, they're finding excuses not to go after frozen Russian assets, right? And I think that's morally wrong. And actually, as a bondholder, you know, I think it's our duty to highlight it's corrupt, frankly, action by our governments if they don't do this.
350 billion bucks, I should say.
Well,
you left out the billion. I just want to press this point about cleaning up the UK. In your view, has the legislation, things like unexplained wealth orders, a bit more ability to get behind the ownership of assets, has it had any effect?
No.
Thank you. Right. Over one on the aisle here. Was there someone in the middle, in the white, who put her hand down? Did you put your hand up? And all right, over. It was him. All right, then in the front here. And I will keep trying to take people.
Thank you. Natalia Dozhelak, solicitor advocate, London and Paris. A question to Rostislav and Julia. Rostislav mentioned the registry of damages in The Hague under the Council of Europe framework. And I was just wondering, it seems that the policy of the Ukrainian government now is to focus on centralized register of damages and to get the union of countries or the unions to support it, to give it perhaps more legitimacy. Why not focusing on local efforts in different countries to allow more claims, faster processing times and more efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you. And then one here at the front.
Thank you. Timothy Milovanov, Kyiv School of Economics. So in some private conversations with businesses, some of the businesses which exited Western businesses that exited Russia have buyback clauses where they can get their assets back, and others still operate. And some of these people, I have had conversations like that, are worried that in case of confiscation of Russian assets, Russia will retaliate against private businesses in still operating or claiming not to operate but having these buyback clauses. Two questions. What's the balance of the assets that the West private businesses still have in Russia, either directly or concealed through buyback clauses, and whether these stakeholders lobby against confiscation? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yulia, let me start with you. Both very good questions on the schedule of damages, if I've understood you right, and on the buyback of assets.
So I can't speak for the Ukrainian government, but I am up to date on what they're doing, what the goal is. So they're working on a macro scale. They're working with a working group of essentially the chief legal counsels of the G7 to first the development of the international compensation mechanism. That will be the macro view. And this includes the Claims Commission and the Register of Damage. And the second part is they're working on the application of countermeasures to fund this compensation mechanism. This also includes working with partners, the coalition of the willing, if you will, the US, the UK, Canada, EU countries. So all of this will require a coordinated effort, and the Ukrainian government is currently working on this. But Rostislav can probably answer that more clearly.
There is no right answer to your question. There is the question only about the estimates, how we believe is the fastest, the more organized, the more legitimate way to achieve the ultimate goal. So based on the previous global experience, like it was in Iraq, Kuwait, like we understand it and discuss with the partners, this is the solution. That's it. This is not right. This is just we think that based on these criteria, this is the optimal solution.
Thanks very much. All right, right in the middle here.
Can I respond to this one? Can I respond to Timothy? Timothy, on this one, I mean, look, one of the arguments against confiscating and allocating Russian assets is that assets in Russia will be seized. I would argue that, and there's a lot of whinging from Western business, that basically made bad investment calls. I mean, the direction of travel in Russia has been evident since 2014, if not before, right? I mean, many companies had an opportunity to exit Russia before the invasion. Our governments were sending a very clear signal. The fact that they're stuck with stranded assets now in Russia, you know, is their fault. It's their bad call. I mean, Western governments shouldn't bail them out now effectively and subjugate our national security interests to save their arses, excuse my French, because again, they made very bad investment calls. Actually, can I just answer the gentleman over here also that wasn't answered in terms of, look, I think in the end, this is a war. It's an existential threat to you, obviously to Western. Putin has got the gloves off. We need to pull the gloves off. We need to think outside the box, right? Interestingly, if there's an issue with the property right argument, rule of law argument, why don't we do things like, you know, and there's a problem with the investment return in terms of, you know, if we're investing in US Treasuries at 4%, 300 billion assets is $12 a year, doesn't touch the sides in terms of Ukraine recovery. So let's invest the money in a fund of EM assets paying 10%, right? 30 billion a year. Why not issue Ukraine recovery bonds, right? And Ukraine gets the money. Russia retains ownership of the underlying asset. What's the difference between the assets being held in treasuries or Ukraine recovery bonds, right? If we're going to win, we have to do whatever it takes to win this war, and we need to think outside the box. So I think, yes, and we can use frozen Russian assets and collateralize it for issuance by Ukraine. There are lots of different ways, but, you know, we've been fighting, unfortunately, because of our treasury and central banks, we've been fighting this battle with both hands tied behind our backs.
I just want to say one thing on the, you know, the fear that people's Russian assets will be expropriated. Russia started expropriating assets long before this thing hasn't even happened yet. I was hosting a dinner on Monday, and one of the executives at the dinner was from Hyundai, the Korean car manufacturer. And I wasn't aware of this until he told me, but he said they had a $3 billion car plant in St. Petersburg just expropriated. I think they were paid $114 for it. Of course, Carlsberg's brewery. I mean, there are a bunch of German electricity assets. It's all being expropriated. Every last thing of value will be expropriated, whether we take their money or not. And so it would be an idiotic argument. And I know about Russian expropriation. I'm the poster child of Russian expropriation. I mean, to worry about that, anybody who had assets in Russia should have understood that their assets were going to be expropriated, and that should be a null argument, not even appearing on anybody's pro and con balance sheets.
Okay, thank you. I'm now determined to take this question in the middle. Thank you. And
Catherine Valinga. So I'm hearing we got to do this fast before the U.S. election. We need the money now. It's possible to do. So is there an argument that if we do this now and we do this fast, that the impact on Russia will bring peace faster, rather than the opposite of, oh, we're so scared about what they're going to do, and we can't use it as a negotiating bargaining chip, but doesn't it actually make peace faster?
Really interesting question, taking us in a different angle. I'm going to take several now, and then we'll just take it as the prompts for last thoughts by the panel, because we're coming towards the end here on the aisle.
Thank you. My name is Martin. I'm the CEO of a small Odessa-based waste energy company. It's an advanced startup. We've spoken a lot today about the legalities of getting those assets, which I think is great. Get them. Bill, you spoke about the Russian economy being in tatters. Yes, I hope it implodes tomorrow. My question is more political than legal. How important is the China backs Russia situation really?
Okay, really good question. Again, bringing in something new. I'm going to take these other three, and let's just see what people have to say. And then, Yulia, I'm going to start with you, and we come this way.
Hi, Vasilyatov on Horizon Capital.
Brief questions.
Very brief question, comments. My question is about the amount. So we're talking about the freezing assets, but what's the amount and what are the relevant historical precedents that we can use to plant the amount in the minds of politicians in Washington and Brussels? And I have a suggestion, if I may. So Iraq paid $50 billion in reparations for the Kuwait war. It was twice the Kuwait's GDP before the invasion, but it was a 6-month war. So you can extrapolate from there. And it's a much longer war here. And are there relevant historical precedents that we can use just to simplify, dumb down things and place the amount in the minds of politicians?
Brilliant. Thank you. On the edge, over here.
Thank you. Kim Ragaard, Belgium. My question piggybacks onto the lady in white. If this works, if this happens now, which would increase Ukraine's chances of carrying it through in the long term, how do you see that relating to the threat of nuclear escalation?
Okay.
So the other side.
Thank you. And last one. With Save Ukraine on your T-shirt.
Hello, yeah. Mykola Kuleba, Save Ukraine. We are talking about this approach.
Would you like to say who you are?
What?
Would you like to say who you are?
Mykola Kuleba, Save Ukraine. Yeah, and I want to ask you about another approach, because we are talking about weapon. Yeah, we need weapon. About reconstruction, yes. But what if we evaluate impact of this war on next generation, on children? Because many children have been forcibly deported. It is pure genocide. Educational losses, health losses. It is a new approach. We have to calculate this. It's much more money.
Thank you very much. Okay, these are terrific questions. We had, will this bring peace more quickly, and also might it accelerate, might it escalate on the nuclear front? We had the China relationship. We had one more about the amount, and particularly about the amounts, and then we had the children, and you might add to that the 10 million and more outside Ukraine, how Ukraine might get those back. These have to be micro thoughts. We're down to the last minute. Julia.
So about bringing peace quicker, this would signal the West's credibility and capability to show that we are serious. If Putin wants to continue this war, we will have a Ukraine that is strong and that can economically withstand the attacks from Russia. And that is a strategic victory, and that leads us closer to peace. That is the big picture. In terms of precedent, yes, there's a precedent from the Iraq invasion of Kuwait in 1990, where in 1992, the current president, or the past president of the United States, ordered all federal banks holding Iraqi assets to transfer them into escrow accounts. And this was later distributed to the victims of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait with the Claims Commission. A similar precedent could be used here. The only legal foundation that was used are the ones that we already have. There's no new foundation needed.
China's an interesting one. I mean, the reality, I think, is China has not gone out of its way to support Russia, frankly. The fact that Russia has to go to North Korea and Iran for munitions, the Chinese have played a very delicate angle. They really cared about the US relationship. They haven't wanted to damage that by going out of the way to particularly help Russia, right? So I don't think we should be worried about China suddenly going all in to back Russia against Ukraine. I'm sorry?
But are they playing that by North Korea?
I think the evidence is not that Russian financial institutions particularly have backed Russia. I don't think so. And I think the improving relationship between the US and China partly reflects the fact that the Biden administration is appreciative that Russia could have done a lot more to support you. Can I put more points very quickly?
We've only got 1 minute. Will you forgive me?
If we're going to get the money, we need to think about the right institutional framework about recovery and reconstruction, an agency for recovery and reconstruction, accountability, good reporting, all those kind of things. Obviously, given Ukraine's problems about governance.
Thank you. Okay, the remaining questions are peace, nuclear war, and children.
I just want to say this man is a hero right here, Mikhailo Kuleba. He's the guy who's saving Ukrainian children who've been kidnapped, and there's nothing more important than saving the children. Thank you for your service. Just a really quick one on peace. As I said, Putin is never going to compromise, but Putin is a guy. He's a thug. He's a mafia thug, and we're at war with him. Ukraine is at war with him, and the West is at war with him. And we don't want to put boots on the ground from the West, but the one thing we can do is hit him hard, 2 fingers in the eye. And he values money more than human life. And this would hit him hard if we took his money away. And I think it would be a big humiliation. And to be a tough guy and be humiliated, that's not something he wants.
More on the peace. We believe only the bold decision and the strong leadership can lead to the peace, not the compromises and the fear to escalate. And the decision to confiscate is one of those types of the decision that will send a strong signal that we are bold and we are leaders. As for the China, it seems that the China is absolutely on the sidelines, but the participation of the China helping to set up the peace might be very important. The question is how to engage them and how to match with their national strategic interests, global strategic interests.
Thank you. And just as the final word, in answer to this question about detail, Bill, upstairs you named 2 EU countries where you said most of this money is sitting.
Well, we know that the 220 billion is sitting in Belgium. And I can't remember what was the other country I named.
France.
France. Germany and France. And of course, Jersey.
Where we started. But I wanted to bring it back to details as well. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for terrific questions. Please thank the panel.
Thank you very much for such an extremely great discussion. Thank you very much. It was an interesting and very important topic for Ukraine. Thank you very much. To keep you warm, this is a small present from Ukrainian designer. So please support Ukraine. We're Ukraine designers and support Ukraine. Thank you. And just a kind reminder, we will have the next session that will start at 4 p.m. with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba. Please join us for that discussion. Thank you. please. Yeah, you go. Dear guests, good evening. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. And on behalf of the organizing committee of the Ukraine House Davos, it is my great honor to start this great panel discussion, a conversation with the top diplomat, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba. Welcome. And I would like to introduce the moderator of this panel, Ambassador Michael Froman, President, Council of Foreign Relations. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, thank you so much, and thanks everybody for being here. Why don't we start with an assessment of President Zelensky's visit here? What did it accomplish? Are you satisfied with the progress?
Well, it was an excellent opportunity for him to reach out to both political and business audiences, global political and business audiences, and I think he took it all, and as he usually does. So I think the speech, I mean, it's up to you to assess the speech of the president and the messages that he conveyed, but in my view, it was a very powerful and strong one. He held bilateral meetings with representatives of Africa, Asia, debunking to a certain extent the argument that it's Ukraine, it's only the Western power, the member of the Western community. And some specific agreements were made, including the one with President of the European Commission to finally begin the screening of Ukrainian legislation as an important step towards our accession talks. So, as far as I'm aware of, he left Davos in good mood, which is always good when your president is in good mood, right?
It's good for career stability, I think.
That does not depend only on this, I can tell you.
Early in the war, you reportedly had a meeting with Sergei Lavrov in which you challenged him to say what did Russia want out of the war. They say that their interests have not changed, but what do you think Russia is now looking for out of the war?
I think one element that Russia can be credited for is the sustainability of aggressive intentions. So they still believe that they can make it. They still believe they can destroy Ukraine. They can return Ukraine into their sphere of influence. I'm pretty certain from what I know about Russia and its current kind of state of mind is that they will not stop in Ukraine. And therefore, goals, the goals of, and the most recent comment by President Putin, I think 2 days ago, where he said that we will not give up on what we achieved, clearly demonstrates that he's still in a war mood. And he made his choice. I think he made his choice to spend the rest of his life fighting. And we should, I don't know, is there such a word as disillusion him? Yes, to defeat his illusions about that he can do that he can keep fighting endlessly.
There's a lot of talk in the Western press about there being divisions within Ukraine and within the government and between the government and the military, including over the age of conscription and some of the war aims. How do you see these trends? How do you assess how much unity or division there is within Ukraine?
Well, as long, let me bring a parallel from football or from basketball, the sports that I love.
American football or?
It's American basketball.
Okay.
So, as long as the team plays well on the pitch and players help each other and score goals, what happens beyond the field should not bother anyone. That's a different story. And I think that's exactly what's happening. President Zelensky built a strong team that plays and delivers in the best interests and wins in the best interests of Ukraine and more broadly global security. But you should always remember as well that Ukraine is a democracy, and democracy implies that people have a voice. And democracy implies the right to deliver your opinion, to debate it. And those who are looking for divisions in Ukraine, they should not forget that as democracy, we will always remain vibrant in our discussions, in our conversations, but we all know who our enemy is, and whatever kind of discussions we are having, we will remain united in defending the country and defeating the enemy.
These issues do end up playing into the debate that's occurring in the United States about support for Ukraine. And as we were discussing upstairs, there's a majority of both parties in Congress who would support further aid for Ukraine, but our Congress is now set up in such a way that a tiny minority can prevent that from happening or put up a number of obstacles. How worried are you, one, about the debate in the United States? And do you think that coming out of Davos and the administration going back to Washington, they'll be able to rally the support necessary? And are you seeing signs in Europe, Western Europe, or Europe generally, of a decline in support for Ukraine as well?
I look at it from a slightly different perspective. I think that the point is not in getting worried about something. The point in fixing problems. Because this is real life. And there will always be someone or something that wants to provoke you, that wants to put you in a weak position and make you react in an inefficient way. And this is why, as a nation, you have to exercise self-control. And instead of worrying about something, first, prevent problems from appearing, and second, always have tools to fix problems if they appear. So we are not worried, but it doesn't mean, I'm not trying to say that we are not recognizing the obstacles and the issues we have to work with. But we've been told so many times throughout our independence, and especially in the last 2 years, you're not going to get that, and you are not going to get this, and this is the end. And then immediate sudden death is the next step, that you kind of get adapted to it and you just don't hear these voices because this is all noise. What really matters is that we always get what we want sooner or later. And our job is to make it happen sooner rather than later.
If the U.S. Congress fails to approve the $60 billion package, do you anticipate Europe going ahead and continuing or increasing their level of support for Ukraine?
Well, let me speculate here that the level of excitement that I felt among EU leaders and foreign ministers on the night the European Council decided against all odds, which is against one odd, that equals to all odds, decided to open accession talks. So the reason for that, in my view, and it's my speculation, I'm ready to discuss it with anyone who disagrees, but I think they felt the strength in themselves. They felt that they can make big decisions, not in a follow-up to big decisions made by the United States, but against the background when the United States are kind of still working on big decisions. Europe is capable of making them. And that gives us a clear understanding that Europe is capable, and Europe should not underestimate itself, and it should not continue in a way that, oh, we will not be able to sustain without the United States. Guys, you have to sustain, because this war is happening in Europe, because the next country that will be attacked after Ukraine will be a European country. And we see this confidence being built, confidence of Europeans in Europe is being built step by step. It takes time. It doesn't happen in a blink of an eye. But I think we are definitely on that trajectory. That, of course, does not give an excuse to US congressmen not to make big decisions.
Let's bring another country into this, which is China. China, Russia announced a friendship without limitations on the eve of the start of the war. There's been a real effort to try and block China from providing lethal aid to Russia. How do you feel that effort is going? Can more be done? And do you think China, at the end of the day, can play a role in helping to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine?
I had another session, I think, in that wing of the building with Daniel, the editor of the Foreign Affairs, and I told him, and I'm forced to repeat it, that I hate answering questions where I have to be diplomatic. But that's exactly the question.
I'm sure this is all off the record, right? You're among friends. You don't have to be diplomatic.
But this is exactly that kind of question. So let me be a diplomat here. Given the role China can potentially play for both sides or on both sides in this war, we have to ensure that China understands our narrative and our perception, that the Russian narrative and perception does not dominate the thinking in Beijing. And second, that China will be carefully assessing the global consequences of potential move that may be seen destructive from the perspective in terms of supporting Russia in this conflict. We have to admit that Russia is a partner of China. It's a minor partner, and China is perfectly aware about the trajectory of Russia. And I think intelligent people in Russia are also aware about the trajectory of Russia in the Russian-Chinese relationship, and it's not good for Russia. But China needs Russia in the United Nations Security Council, as a source of raw materials, and in many other aspects. So we have to be carefully balancing this relationship with China, but at the same time, it should be clear to our colleagues in Beijing what the real consequences will be if lines will be crossed.
One of the collateral effects of the war has been to forge this access between China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. What do you think the long-term consequences of that are for the region?
Well, I understand the context of the narrative, but I think it would be more fair to say that we currently have a trilateral axis, which is a quadrilateral axis, but China is not part of it, because the members of this axis are Russia, Belarus, North Korea, and Iran. And the criteria for being a part of this group is that these three countries are providing Russia with military equipment and weapons. China is not doing it as a government, and therefore I think this distinction, it will be fair to make this distinction. Broader kind of political alignment is one thing, but when it comes to war, it gets really very specific. And what matters in the assessment is the number and the quality of countries who can provide you with hardware that helps you to win. And on that account, by the way, the coalition on the side of Ukraine is far more stronger than the coalition on the side of Russia. And I made this point already today, but I think it will make sense to repeat it, that if you take together the combined GDP of all countries who provide Ukraine with military aid, it will be 21 times higher than the combined GDP of Russia and countries who provide it with military aid. So any conversation about the inability to help Ukraine or the war fatigue or anything of that kind, or the inability to win in the war of attrition, these arguments do not meet reality check. The West or the countries behind Ukraine are capable if they wish.
So let's talk about the war on the ground itself. You laid out in a Foreign Affairs article what progress you hope to see with the counteroffensive. This was back, I think, in 2022. That progress has not been fully achieved. What are the lessons to be learned from the counteroffensive? and how does it affect Ukraine's approach going forward?
Control over air. This is truly fundamental. The second lesson is the pace of the transformation of war. The war started as tank artillery war, and it will continue as drone artillery war. I'm not saying that tanks will become completely irrelevant, but but we are talking about what will be the main striking force on the battlefield. And the third lesson is that, well, actually it's not a lesson for me, because I was always of the opinion that it doesn't matter how much you dislike Russia and despise them, but you have to respect them because they are an enemy. And the lesson is always respect your enemy. Again, from football, my favorite football team, Dynamo Kiev, won many games in the European Championship because they were disrespected by the opponents. They were not taken seriously. Who are these guys from Eastern Europe? And who knows where Eastern Europe is? We will do it like this. So, but the enemy learns quite fast. And unfortunately, it took some people in Kiev time to realize that the enemy learns his lessons, and it has to be respected.
Ukraine has reportedly been engaged in talks around peace in Riyadh in December, I think perhaps prior to Davos. Russia's not at the table, neither are countries like China or Brazil. What do you hope to get out of these talks? And are these talks on the basis of President Zelensky's 10-point plan, or are there priorities within those 10 points that are being preferenced?
Well, first, I think we are setting up a precedent in international relations when the terms of peace are being defined by the country that was attacked. It's not the aggressor who defines peace terms. It's not the third party, as it is the case in most of the cases of wars, when you need a third party that steps in, pretends to be neutral or is neutral, and offers you a peace deal. No, we, as the country that was attacked, exercise our sovereign right to define the terms on which this war is going to end. And I think this is an important precedent for international relations and in the historical perspective. Second, let's get back like 2 years ago, October 2022, the G20 summit on Bali, where President Zelensky joined them online, and he delivered a speech with presenting his peace formula. Back then, everyone was talking about different peace plans coming from country A, country B, country C. 2 years since, everyone is talking peace formula by Ukraine. And I think it's really important that we make everyone focused on on Ukraine's proposal. And third, and not someone else's proposals. And third, it doesn't matter how many statements Russian officials will make that it all doesn't make sense because Russia is not there. But the first coordination meeting on peace formula started with 15 countries and organizations represented. And the fourth one had 83, representing Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia. I think it speaks for itself that countries are getting engaged into this conversation, and that's exactly what serves our strategic interests.
Is it too early to talk about the reconstruction of Ukraine once peace is achieved? And how do you assess the various efforts out there, one, to deploy frozen Russian assets, two, to mobilize the private sector to look at Ukraine as a place of possible investment?
Yeah, it's never too early to talk about reconstruction, also because it's a very encouraging conversation when people realize that there is future, there is a new future. I think the starting point here is that the Ukraine that will come out of the war will be almost completely different from Ukraine that was attacked in February 2022. In a good sense, because the amount of different kinds of transformations that country is going through is enormous. And we often get commended for making reforms in types of war. This is my personal opinion. I don't speak on behalf of the government of Ukraine. But I think the lesson we learned is that the war is the best time for reforms. Because you can, when you have an interagency meeting and everyone, you tell guys, if we don't do this, we're gonna die. It's gone. The discussion is gone. You know, no one is trying to pursue his vested interests, so to say, in this discussion. Because people are, if you say, guys, if you don't vote this law, we will not become members of the EU, it works. And the amount, I don't think anyone is fully aware of the amount of transformation, legislative, legal, political, cultural, that Ukraine is going through. So in this sense, the recovery of Ukraine has already begun. But then we need money to actually build stuff. And money can come from three sources. Private investment, and there are people in this room who are much smarter than me on these issues, so I will not dwell too much on that. It's sovereign funds, like macrofinancial assistance coming from countries to support recovery. And the best source to complement all of them is the Russian frozen assets. And this discussion that we are observing now about the legal impediments or the legal hurdles on the way towards using Russian frozen assets, both sovereign and oligarchic, for the purpose of Ukraine, I think it's hypocritical, and I will explain why. First, because bankers and lawyers, they always know how to adapt rules to their needs, and I don't believe they cannot do it this time. Second, when the same bankers and lawyers were eagerly engaging into work with Russian dirty money, they were not thinking that much about legal constraints. They were finding the way to work with this money and to make profit on it. And third, you know, if the same logic was followed, let's say, during the Second World War, we wouldn't have had neither Nuremberg Tribunal nor Marshall Plan for Europe, because there were no precedents in the past. And my question to everyone engaged in this conversation is, guys, if you do not think that the current situation requires historic decisions which go beyond existing rules and adapt rules to reality, then you don't understand what is happening. And you will lose both your credibility and your money. So, and the last argument that I'm hearing is that if we take these frozen assets away, then it will discredit the Western financial system for other wealthy actors in the world. Well, I mean, if you are thinking that you want to keep money of someone who is committing aggressions, war crimes, genocidal crimes against humanity, then you're probably, you know, doing the wrong thing in your life. And second, the moment assets were frozen, the message was out. That's it. Everyone who was thinking about credibility already changed his bank deposit. So I think we are moving towards the solution to end up with an optimistic mood. I think the issue now is not whether this money will be used; they will, but the question is how much of it. And the conservative plan is only to use taxation on interest and maybe some part of interest, but that's not enough. It's not going to work. I apologize for this long answer, but it's the first time I engage in such a detailed discussion on this, so I just had to express myself. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a lawyer who once worked at a bank, so I felt like you were, sending me a message in your answer. I'm going to do one more question, and then to the degree we have time, we'll open it up to the audience if they have a couple of questions. Do we have time? Okay. All right, the last question. This is a big election year around the world, but including in Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. The Russian outcome seems fairly certain. What's your assessment of how various outcomes in Ukraine and the United States might affect this conflict going forward?
The closer we get to elections, the more I think of it in terms of God bless America words. Because I think I'm less concerned with the name of the next president of the United States. I'm more concerned with the state of American politics and society on the next day after elections. We will work with any president, whatever his name or her name is. We are confident that America will not derail the whole kind of strategy in Europe and in Ukraine. It may be adjusted to the name and vision of the new president, if there is a new president, but I don't believe that America will withdraw, because it would be against some fundamental American interests. But what I'm concerned is that what we are seeing in Congress now will become a daily routine, and polarization and endless in-house fighting over decisions will make the system committed but unable to deliver on the commitment. That's my concern, not the name, but the state of politics in America after elections.
President Zelensky and yourself met with Secretary Blinken and National Security Advisor Sullivan here in Davos. Did they give you any reassurance about that and the ability of the U.S. to deliver despite whatever happens at the election?
I think everything that Biden administration did since large-scale invasion, since day one of the large-scale invasion, is reassuring. I mean, we have to. I'm not shy away from saying that Ukraine was lucky to have, and continues to be lucky to have President Biden as in the Oval Office when the aggression began. And this administration is trying hard. We have no reasons to doubt or to question the sincerity of their commitment, and they have delivered many times in some very difficult situations before, and I have no reasons to believe that they will not deliver this time.
Let's open it up to questions, if that's all right. You'll tell me. There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Minister Kuleba, in May 2022, when you were asked what Ukraine needs, you said three things: weapons, weapons, weapons. Last year, it was about unleashing the leopards and getting the tanks that Ukraine needs. This year, I want to know what your immediate message is that you want to leave everyone with. What is it that you absolutely want to leave Davos with? And as you think about that, we finished an amazing panel on frozen assets with Bill Browder, Bronwyn Maddox from Chatham House, Timothy Ash, Yulia Ziskinen, and Rostislav Shurma, and everyone left this room convinced that not only are the frozen Russian assets seizable legally, but that this was something that is near term with the political will. So with that backdrop, what are you absolutely wanting from this Davos trip?
You should have told me you already had a discussion on frozen assets. I would have saved more time. I would have saved more time. The names that you mentioned are far better professionals in that than me. Listen, my answer to your question will refer to something that I spoke less than of anything else in Davos, and yet I believe this is the most important thing. I mean, in public discussions in Davos. But in all my private meetings here, we are talking one thing: defense industries. And I want to leave Davos with an understanding that finally there is a clear action plan on how to create an integrated defense space, defense industry space among NATO, inside of the EU plus America. I don't care. But the lesson of the war is very simple. Every country ramping up its production does not solve the problem. Only if you remove obstacles inside of the whole space, only if you coordinate, if you align your regulatory and technical requirements, will the West become sustainable in providing its own armies and the Ukrainian army and other armies it wants to help with sufficient amount of weapons and ammunition. The current state of play in the defense industries in the West is incapable of sustaining the level of the war that is taking place in Ukraine. Now, Ukraine ramped up its production enormously and continues to do so. And I want to calm down everyone. We will have the weapons that we need. And if anyone wants to quote this part of my speech, please do not disconnect the pessimistic statement from the optimistic one. They are both important. But it's a matter of price that we are going to pay. The West, I know that producing weapons is not the most popular idea among voters in many countries with defense industries, but there are times to be pacifist and there are times to be armed pacifist. And we live in those times. So this bothers me a lot. I mean, politically, everyone is on that. Everyone is in favor. I've spoken to everyone, and politically, everyone is in favor of doing it. But then there is this element of national kind of selfishness. This is my own defense industry. This is my technology. This is my stuff. But it just doesn't work. We have to scale up enormously if we want, as the West, to be capable of defending what we stand for in any part of the world.
Next question.
Natalia Zhilyak, international lawyer. Thank you, Your Excellency. My question is, what's the current focus of Ukraine's foreign ministry in terms of regions and jurisdictions? We see lots of focus on Western Africa. We see embassy in Ghana, in Accra opened. What are the focus regions and what are the difficult ones? And what kind of support your ministry needs in those difficult ones? Thank you.
You will hear a lot of Latin America this year. When I became foreign minister in 2020, we adopted the Asian strategy and then we invested heavily. The problem with us is that we don't have, for different reasons, we don't have resources to work on everything at the same time. So you have to be rational. And the strategy that we adopted even before the invasion began was to work to dedicate every year to a certain part of the world. So 2020 was Asia. And pretty much 2021 was a mixture of Asian and preparation for Africa. Then we adopted the African strategy and we did Africa. And now we adopted the Latin American strategy, setting the plan of what we're doing, and we are going there. So with this, we will kind of complete the world map, and we will reinvigorate relationships and our presence in all parts of the world, except the Pacific, because no one will allow me to open an embassy in the Pacific. You know, once you send a diplomat there, he will get lost on the beach. No, kidding. But we did actually engage with the Pacific for the first time. And I think it's very important to go to the places for the first time, to set your foot into these places. You cannot imagine how strong the reaction of Russian diplomacy in Africa is. To me, even going there, we spent some months, I'll tell you something that I think I never told before, but so in the beginning of the last year, we sent out requests to certain countries to give permission to open the embassy of Ukraine. And Russian diplomats were going after those verbal notes and saying, do not give a permission, and threatening some governments with the consequences if they allow Ukraine to open the embassy, not to mention doing any actual work. Every time I was going somewhere, the Russian diplomats were demarching local governments not to receive me. We brought a group of African journalists to Ukraine like some months ago. They made some good reporting, they came back. Russian diplomats started reaching out to the editors and to the media they work for. Give us their contacts, we want to meet them, we want to talk to them. You see, so even just setting your foot there already delivers, because Russia has to spend more resources on something else than war. And it's always good when they spend resources on something else than war. We need one thing. We need, as a country, keep believing in Ukraine. And I think politically this is what we want, what we saw in Davos, and we want it to be reinforced beyond Davos. Just keep believing in Ukraine, keep believing in yourself. We will do the rest. We will do the rest as the country. We will do the rest as one single ministry of the country.
Thank you. In late September, the United States, on behalf of the donors, issued a letter to your government outlining certain reforms that they wanted to see done. They were judicial, legislative, and some operational processes to reduce the chances of corruption. I don't believe we ever saw a response from the Ukrainian government to that letter. And I also had the question, what was the Ukrainian government's response? And secondarily, what is the progress with those specific reforms that were demanded by the donor community to continue to fund Ukraine?
Well, first, I think it will be fair to say that for a good country or good international institution, reform is a never-ending process. So I wouldn't take any new kind of list of reforms as something that speaks for the absence of reforms. Second, we are under a very thorough analysis of the European Commission when it comes to reforms. And the European Commission is aligned with G7 on this matter. And if we were not doing reforms, important reforms, we wouldn't got the opening of accession talks. I mean, this is all, it just doesn't happen out of the blue. This is all the result of the reforms Ukraine is making. Now, as far as I'm aware, the government of Ukraine is working on a quality response to the conversation with our partners on reforms. I haven't seen the list either. Frankly, I mean the response, because it's in progress. But I don't see anything. I saw the original list. I don't see anything dramatic there, I think, and the list is relatively short compared to where we've been some years ago. So frankly, I'm not bothered by this issue, not because someone gives a list or people get agitated when they read it in the news, but I mean, this is going to happen because it's a matter of survival and it's a matter of exceeding the European Union. This is it. It's very simple. So I'm not really closely following because I know it's not going to happen. It is going to happen anyway, the reforms. What I am really focused on are the things that may happen or may not happen if we do not invest enough of effort in it. So with all due respect, I'm just not the right guy because I'm focused on something else. Thank you.
I think we have one last question.
Yes. Mykola Kuleba, Save Ukraine Rescue Network.
We are not brothers.
Yeah, just. Who knows, Dmytro? Yeah, maybe.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay. Not easy question. We lost millions of our population. They are hostages, among them more than 1 million children after 2014 and full-scale invasion. We know a clear strategy of Russia: erase their identity and weaponize them. And my question is, do we have perspective? First, define this as a genocide, stop this genocide, and return our kids?
Well, I'm personally of the opinion that everything Russia is doing towards Ukrainians carries genocidal intent in it. It's a matter of legal interpretation, and I'm sure that there can be articles published that this is a crime against humanity and not a genocide. But if you put this aggression and the way Russia treats Ukrainians into historical context, and you put and the perspective and the ultimate goal of Putin, it's clearly genocidal. Because the goal is to wipe out Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian nation, and because we don't exist, he said it many times. You know, we are a made-up state, a made-up country. But it's a hard debate on to ensure like a broad recognition of the of actions of Putin as specific genocide. Countries feel there is a vast majority who believes that it qualifies for crimes against humanity. But I'm sure we can, you know, unfortunately I have to say that the longer this war is going to last, the more evidence in favor of genocide we will be gathering. And choosing between both, my preference would be to win the war as soon as possible.
Mr. Minister, you've managed to master the art of being both candid and diplomatic. Ukraine is lucky to have you as their top diplomat. Please join me in thanking the Minister for spending this time with us.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And we are very thankful for this great discussion. And to keep you warm in Davos, this is a small present from the Ukrainian designer. Ukraine House Davos. Thank you. Pleasure. Ні, не будемо.